in my coaching, right? So taking my thing forward, I want to introduce myself a little bit more. So I'm a mother of 5 species. 2 of them are human, 3 of them are cats. And I like traveling. I'm a foodie. And I'm passionate about empowering humans. So I'm not going to say only women. Empowering human, because I've been through a lot of struggle, fired 3 times as a C-level. And this was not easy, and that was brought me here today on this stage. So let's start. Where do I... Okay. So executive presence. No. Absence sharpens love, and presence strengthens it. It's Thomas Fuller. He's one of the biggest authors of his time. And just imagine when you're telling a story and you're sharing your vision and no one is listening to you. Just imagine when you're saying a joke and no one laughs at you. Just imagine when you are walking through that door and welcoming everyone and no one notices you. Guess what? That's actually a lack of presence. Yeah? So what do we do? Executive presence in managing business. So we're going to talk about executive presence, the 5 E's of leadership, and how do I distinguish myself as a leader? Executive presence. What is executive presence? So basically, executive presence is when you talk, people listen. So your audience is actually listening to what you're saying. They're getting influenced, they're taking notes, and you have a strong command on the room. You're communicating clearly with confidence. Why do we need it? Because it gives you persuasive power, gives you respect, and gives you the ability to influence at every level. You do not have to have a job title to do that, like you exactly said. So this is why I was saying the previous panel actually paved my way towards this keynote. Thank you. Who knows Nick Vujicic? Yeah. You know his full story? Right? Did he need executive presence in all the things that he did? He does not have hands, he does not have legs, but he's a keynote speaker, he's a motivational speaker, he's married, he's got kids, he's a mountain climber, he's a diver. Right? How did he get there? What was the key pillars of executive presence that he had and that made him reach there? Let's just have a look. Gravitas. Who knows what gravitas is? Something really comes within. He was more composed, confident, quiet, calm from the inside. He shared his wisdom through his life, through his struggle. Authority. It was not the authority or the power or the control he had on others. It was within. The control of his emotions, the control and the power of what he could do, and he believed in himself, the control of what he could influence and how he could influence. That's the authority that he had on himself. And then expression. The guy did not have legs and arms. But did you see how he expressed himself on stage? That was awesome. I mean, the way he spoke, his expressions, his voice, his eyes, the tone of his voice, right, was awesome. So moving forward, gravitas, authority, expression, these are the pillars, the main pillars of executive presence. It's a whole different module to dive in, but I just want to give you a short thing and dive in more into the 5 pillars, the 5 E's of leaders. Dr. Ihab Hamarna says, a business plan always reflects the leader's awareness and mentalism. Dr. Ihab Hamarna is a Jordanian influencer. He's my mentor. He's a change agent for changing the mentality of the Arab world, how to move forward and break all the biases that they have. Okay? So how many of you believe that the business plan actually reflects the leader's awareness and mentalism? No one? Okay, that's a challenge. The 5 E's. It's envision, engage, excite, enable, and execute. Why did I use that quote? Because we're going to know what are the skills needed, not only the skills, the belief system that's needed to be in each and every stage, and what kind of mentality or mentalism that's needed also, awareness that we need in each of the stage. You're going to have some flyers out there that's called Awareness to Mastery. That's a program that I'm running. So it's all about awareness. First is envision. So what are the beliefs or the skills do we need to be an envisioned leader? Faith, resilience, bravery, determination, sufficient awareness of the higher self and the ego. Okay? What are the things, what's the awareness or the mentalism or the state that I need to be? It's the vision leads the project. So can from nothing to be something? Yeah. And Sheikh Zayed, let's just travel back, okay? So I'm going to travel back 70 years from now, and I'm going to instantly through a video call. Would they believe us? Okay. If I would just go and tell them that I come from a time where I could fly anywhere I want in just a few hours, would they believe me? Yeah. But that all was a vision of someone. Okay? And they believed in that vision. The vision leads the project. And this is what we need to have as a belief. Right? Nothing is possible. Nothing is impossible. Okay? So what people did not believe 70 years ago, it's actually happening right now. Yeah? Engage. Next one is engage. Communication, communication, communication. Engagement, clarity, building effective partnerships, persuasion skills, resilience. The mentalism is he is aware of his abilities, capabilities, feels no shame of asking for cooperation and help. So how many of you have heard of the fear of, oh, no, I don't trust. You guys were talking about it, right? Oh, no, I can do it all alone. But guess what? The more hands you shake, the more money you make. Right? The more hands you shake, the more money you make. So, if you're engaging, you are communicating, you are open, You are receiving. Okay? You are trusting. And you are open to seek for help. You know that you do not have this capability or competency, but someone else does. Right? So, in terms of communication and engaging, whom do you know that it's really good in communicating and breaking things down and engaging with people? Yeah. Yeah. And Princess Reem bin Bandar Al Saud. Yeah. I love the way she talks. She's composed. She breaks complex information into very simple pieces of information, and there are takeaways. She's well organized with her thoughts, right? And she has an impact. Excite. So motivation, creativity, healthy environment, choosing the team that shares the same values, the important one, dears. I mean, if you're choosing people who do not share your value, they will not add value. Right? The no blaming or complaining, persistence, the mentalism of the leader, he takes responsibility. So let me tell you a story of one of the telecom companies that I worked in. They had a campaign going on, internal campaign going on. In Arabic, it's called Jibna al-Eid, meaning we're busted, right? And the videos or the internal communication was all about how they did mistakes and how they were responsible about taking it forward with the customer, not blaming it on the team, not blaming it on others, but taking the responsibility and making things happen. And teaching their teams along the way, right? It's not like, George, who are we firing today? Right? There is always, I've seen leaders, they have this red list of firing people instead of engaging them. Acknowledging the important work of the team. Only we work together. We only together prosper. We only together move forward. We only together can make this happen. I remember having a manager who was super micromanaging me. So why are you using mail merge? Send it one by one. It's like, why would I even do that? Right? So it's the confidence that you're putting in your team. It's the guidance that you're giving them. It's the way you're making them feel. How much honor do they feel? How much freedom are you giving them? Yeah? How much value are you adding to their lives? Finally, it's execute. So it's focusing, planning, scheduling, managing time, managing effort. And the mentalism is, or the attitude is, I learn, I accomplish every day. Yeah? I learn and I accomplish every day. So basically, a better leader. However, before I go there, how much of you now of the leader affects the business more or business plan more? Thank you. I think that's better. Thank you. Okay. So how to be a distinguished leader? So first, invest in yourself just 10% more to be better. It says from others. I wouldn't say from others. I would say from yourself. Just 10% more of your older version. 10% more whom you were yesterday. 10% more whom you were last week or last month. Learn from your mistakes. Just invest in yourself 10% more. Reflect upon your traits and habits that you need to be changed. So there are a lot of habits that we do. Procrastination, one of them, famous one, right? I'll do it tomorrow. Right? So what are these habits? If you could just take 1 minute of your time and just jot down 3 habits that you want to change, and you believe that it's going to impact you better. Yeah? If you just change that one habit, just that one habit, how is it going to change your life? What kind of awareness or consciousness or status that you have right now? Does it come from abundance or scarcity? So do you think, or do you believe, or do you not believe? The self-talk that monkey minds constantly have with you. The negative talk. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, I don't think I'm capable. Who said so? Right? So please watch, be conscious of your thoughts, the language and the quality of your inner voice. Whom are you surrounded with? Are you surrounded with people who do not believe in you, or do you just think that they're pulling you away from your goals and they're not motivating you enough? They could be family members too. For me, was my mother. Yeah. Summary, we went through executive presence, the 5 E's of mentalism for leaders, and how to distinguish yourself as a leader. I have 6 minutes more left. Please lead consciously with elegance. That's my QR code right there. Follow me. Jim's right now.
Oh, sometimes it's a lot of subconscious work, right? We got to get through some of the things that are holding us back.
Thank you for your transparency in sharing the change of the C-suite. I would like to learn a little bit about, do you have mentees? Do you have people that you pour into? Because you mentioned your mentor. Was just curious if you had any mentees.
I coach people more than I mentor them, so I have an HR background. So I do have the youngsters who are, keynotes in the colleges, back home. So I have a couple. I'm not gonna say a lot, but then I do coach more than I mentor. Yeah.
Another question. Okay. Now's the time.
Thank you, Fatima. Thanks for that. You left us on a bit of a cliffhanger. You talked about who you surround yourself with, and then you mentioned your mom, and you didn't say any more. And obviously with family, it's very tricky. So can you say a little bit more, when you don't have to go into much detail, but when you're surrounded by people in your family, people who are close, who are not a great influence on your mind or what you're trying to do to develop yourself, what did you do?
It took me a lot of time to get out of that, because I come from a very conservative family, and a very limited belief family as well, and there was a lot of abuse and trauma. So it took me really a long time. By the time I got out, by the time I invested a lot in myself, super a lot in myself, to I started with forgiveness, myself and her, That's number one. I dropped all the judgments that I had on her and myself. And I tried to build a shield around me and just understand myself. When I was a mother, I just looked at her as a mother and not a daughter. That she must have gone through a lot, right? And from that perspective, that gave me a lot of wisdom and insights.
Fantastic. Take it in, girl.
I receive.
Receive it. Receive it. That's called abundance right there. I love it. I love that everyone has a story, and we're getting real talking about the story. Thank you. There's no doubt. Everyone has a story. But we have something all in common in this room that I've noticed for the last day and a half. It's called consciousness. I feel like everyone in this room is pretty conscious. Would you agree? Can I hear conscious? Oh, yeah. So, if that's not a superpower that we all share, we're all connected, interconnected on some cosmic level. All I keep saying is we're flying around the sun 14,000 kilometers now. Yep, every second. Then there's some crazy stuff that's out there that we don't even know about. And so if we can be connected all on one level, and we support each other with our journey by sharing. And we're going to have our next keynote share a little bit more. So let's shift from the personal story to the technical conversation, because technical superpowers are coming in, and there's a combination, whether it's quantum computing on down, that's the quantum physics that's happening. AI is driving it right now, and unlocking enterprise level capabilities for every entrepreneur is now an opportunity. It's not just a vision, but it's a reality. So we have to embrace it, and our level capabilities to businesses of all sizes. So ready to unlock the potential of AI in your operations and your business? Sound good? We're going to welcome Dr. Sam Samane, CEO of TheoSim Corp, and our bronze sponsor back to the
So, hello everyone. Who are you? You are executive, right? So, why we are here? We are here for the CXO. C, executive, you are here. X can stand for a lot of things, but O stand for opportunity. Officers too, but opportunities. We are here because of opportunities. Dubai is the city of opportunities, and there is no way to think about a better opportunity in our lifetime than AI. So AI is the opportunity of our lifetime. Let me tell you a nice story about opportunities. Yahoo. Do you remember the reign of Yahoo when it was a search engine? There was two funny students who started an algorithm called PageRank, and they went to a company at that time called Alta Vista. By the way, Alta Vista was bought by Yahoo. And they wanted to sell it for $1 million, 1998. And they said, we want $1 million and we go back to our school. We don't want to do business. I checked today, worth $2 trillion. By the way, PageRank, it's not Yahoo. Yes, by the way, where is Yahoo? $1 million? 21. I was in my office. At that time, I was managing a pharmaceutical company. Don't ask me why I was managing a pharmaceutical company. That's another story. Anyway, I was managing a pharmaceutical company, and someone came to me, and he started stuff just by programming. I said, okay, it's the 21st of February. It's my anniversary. I don't have time for science fiction. I want to celebrate with my wife. This is why I remember the date. Okay, I show him the door nicely, but didn't give him that attention. You know what's the name of the company? They offered me at that time for $1 million, 10% Moderna. So the science fiction technology worked. That was a big missing opportunity. Now I don't feel good. Just every time I talk about the story, the company now is how much? 400 billion? And it worked. Think about it. If someone tells you I can program DNA, it's still science fiction for me, but it's working now. It's become science with no fiction. So time goes by. I will tell you now about a good story. Enough with the missing opportunity. This is one of the best opportunity I enjoyed in my life, about a way to request for his name. He said, I don't want to spam people. So I have a background in automatic reasoning. I did my PhD, in fact, in automatic theorem proving. So I don't know why I was managing pharmaceutical company again. But anyway, for the sake of science, we invented a profile. By the way, this is the picture of the profile. And we programmed, at that time, AI was not a thing. People don't know what's AI. I didn't call it even AI at that time. I call it automatic proved one, but at that time it was generated by AI too. And it worked. So this chatbot AI, Sarah Romdell, didn't only brought sales, it multiplied our sale by 400% in less than a year and put us on the map. And at that time, I will tell you, it was 2015. Like LinkedIn was not aware of what's happening around, so we could send thousands of messages per day. Of course, just for your information, Sarah Romdell profile is closed, and no more Sarah Romdell. Now they have restriction. At that time, I said, okay, let's do it quickly, because the same way I thought about it, I think I will not be the only one. Today, I think LinkedIn is invaded by chatbot. So it was my first AI use in business, and not only it increased income, it's not just a chatbot, it's a new kind of workers. It's a digital worker, a worker that never got tired, never asked you for a raise or vacation. It's really a great thing. By the way, he had like an investor and he wanted to date Sarah Romdell. And he asked me very badly, how I can meet her. I told him, when you purchase my company, I will let you meet her. Okay, he doesn't talk to me anymore. Because after that, I showed him it was a profile. He got mad at me. But anyway, he purchased the company. Now, the phenomena of ChatGPT. You know, ChatGPT, when it started, it was a demo project for AI. It was supposed to show people this amazing technology, how you can use it. From the name, even the name is silly, ChatGPT. Just go and chat with the AI. But the amazing, let's call it, it become a sensation, start people finding use for it. I remember the first videos, how to become rich from ChatGPT. I think all of you heard this kind of things, and how to make money from ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is not a business application, just a chat. It's a consumer tool. Business needs specialized AI solutions. And I know they start doing custom and stuff, and by the way, but anyway, ChatGPT never, and it will never be, I think, a business solution. That doesn't mean I don't like it. OpenAI as a developer of large language model is one of the best. Maybe the best with Anthropic, both of them are great, but it's not a business application. So what's the truth about AI? A lot of hype, a lot of potential, but there is a lot of application. You can use it for your business in a lot of ways. I wrote a book called The Singularity of Hope, and it's about human-centric approach to AI. In fact, human touch you cannot replace. We human, we have superpower, intuition, and empathy. So this is my personal belief, but I'm not the only one. There is a lot of scientists, when I say a lot, more than 14, I counted them, who thinks we are somehow a quantum algorithm as a human. So that means we are not computational. We don't work the same way as AI at all. And intuition is a very complex process. In fact, because I think it's a quantum algorithm, we cannot describe it in the traditional math or traditional AI we have right now, or generative AI. And imagine mixing both. This is what was my book is about trusting your intuition and using AI tools. And I said the problem is not that AI become human-like. The problem we human in the last 50 years, we are behaving like machine. We are asking people to use SOP, to follow rules, to not innovate, not to be creative, most of the time, indirectly, because let's be honest, SOP, it's a standard operating procedure. Don't tell me it's creativity. It's not. The other power we have is empathy. It was amazing. I heard a lot of empathy today, so that's easy. I don't need to repeat. Empathy is very important in the way we take decisions. Team building. And by the way, we human, we learn with love. We are not machine learning. I heard a lot of my friend in computer engineering who tells you learning algorithm. Like it's the same as how we learn. It's not true. Babies, they learn from their parents because they love their parents and their parents love them back. And even later in life, if you like something, you learn it quickly. And we struggle to learn something we don't like. Okay, this is the real AI. It's a kitten that wears an Iron Man suit. It's still a kitten, right? And it's cute, but it has some abilities, right? So AI can help you write a symphony, but it will never be a Mozart. Let's be honest. It will be a composition of what you feed it the AI and call it learning algorithm. But anyway, it's not really learning, it's feeding data to a software. But however, musicians can be inspired by AI-created music and create a masterpiece using AI. That's something else. So, the future. I'm here to tell you how to use AI to your benefit, not ChatGPT. So if it's not ChatGPT, what it is? So we are talking today about what we call agentic paradigm. That means, see at the base here, this is the large language models, ChatGPT, or if you want Gemini, or this is the Meta sign that means the Llama and the other models, surrounded by your knowledge base, not ChatGPT learning, what you need the application to do. Then you have the agent, which means abilities, the Iron Man suit, sending emails, making phone calls, writing, maybe later in life also 3D printing, right? Could be any ability or something you arm your kitten with. Chatbot. Yes, but it's not ChatGPT. It's a chatbot that can do the abilities. It can connect to your knowledge base. And finally, natural language processing request. I heard yesterday a lot of people talking about database and queries. I will tell you, it's not future. It's now. These are things of the past. Today, you can connect your agent to your business intelligence suite and talk to your data. And it's very difficult, by the way. I was in the other day with my programmers talking about how to improve the way we work in TheoSim, and they are still thinking in forms and database. And we don't need to. I told them, just try every time you have this, try to delete it and put the large language model into the action. And it's amazing how we can really grow from structured data to non-structured data in space of 3 years. And it's working, by the way. Like, I was worried in the beginning, maybe it will be slow. No, it's better even than the SQL server that we had used for years. So this is an example of an agent that you build just for your information in 10 minutes these days. So you connect an interaction method, here it's a chat, to a large language model, OpenAI. You give it a memory, you give it a purpose. In this case, it was summarizing a Wikipedia page automatically, so you chat with Wikipedia. And finally, I added something else fancy here. I said HTTP request, because here it's not my data, so I want my company to chat with Wikipedia while knowing all our regulations, internal regulations. So that was fun. The RAG revolution, retrieval augmented generation. What's that? It's a new way somehow to put your data inside the logic of the large language model. So suddenly they are one. I think I have a bit, yeah, I have this one, it's even better. So your data become in what we call vector database. We can do semantic research, but also you have the large language model. And the interaction sometimes is so magical. Every time I show it to a client, he couldn't believe how fast, good, and intuitive it is. He doesn't need to do forms or query anymore to speak with the data they need. Even the other day, someone had like an audit from a client, and the audit was like 15 pages of questions. He just unloaded into the system they have, built for them, and the system answered the audit. Of course you need a human. I saw that in my book. You need a human to go over the results. You have a kitten wearing an Iron Man that worked for you, so you still need to check the results. But however, I remember the team used to do this paper audit of 15 pages. It needed at least a week, and we still need to read it. So in Theosim, we are an empowering company with super intelligence. But the super intelligence doesn't come from AI. It comes from mixing your own knowledge as a company, as a team, with AI. So we build custom solutions. We have different platforms, and why I'm talking about it is about identifying that you have different levels. So this nice robot here is the task that really AI can do. And there is a lot. A lot of things AI can be autonomous and fine. In the middle, it's the custom tool I was talking with you about, like whatever knowledge-based, agent, automation you will build for your company. The last one is very tricky, is Haya Virtual Assistant, which is, we didn't release yet. So it does not exist yet, but in 2 months it will be. And this is practically is what I told you about somehow, blending human intuition with AI. And hopefully that will change the way we work. I will not go over a demo here. It's not the venue for that. But let me just summarize the approach, the new paradigm that you need in your company. And what you need is, of course, define the requirement. And this is tricky. I was yesterday in a panel, I told people, most of the time we don't know because it's a new technology. So it takes exploration. And it's very funny because sometimes this exploration can be helped using AI as well. So you can speak with the chatbot a little bit and advice for that. Anthropic, it's amazing for this kind of things, which means specification requirement, better than ChatGPT. If you want to write a book, ChatGPT is better. But if you want to write requirement and specification, Anthropic is good. But why? Because you need AI to help you to figure out how to build. Then maybe, and this is only if you have big solutions or big information, you need to fine-tune the AI. Most of the time, I don't think so. It's possible these days just to go directly with RAG. And RAG, by the way, it's not adjusting the large language model for your need. No, it's not. It's mostly much more simpler than that. So it takes 1 day or two if your requirements are ready and your knowledge base is ready to implement RAG. Then, of course, deploy the AI agents. And here it's tricky. This task, of course, depends on the company, depends on your need. And what kind of AI agents? I will show you some example later that we developed and we discussed, and how this can be really variable. And it's up to you as a leader, as an executive, to define things that make sense to you. Of course, financially, but also in terms of empowering your team to do their job better. The human insight integration. How you will implement a workflow where humans are inside your loop. The worst thing in your case is to make errors. It will be unforgivable. If you have hallucinations that are delivered directly to your clients, that's not good. And I have seen that, unfortunately, even with me. Some people send me files. I know it's ChatGPT. 1 week preparing a proposal, because he used ChatGPT, so he sent me, it was the first time I received this kind of things. He sent me 40 pages of requirement. It's all apparently hallucination. I was sitting with him, he said, what? We need that, we need, I show him the file. He said, sorry, I sent it without reading it. Okay. So at least I know that sometimes that happens now. We are using AI too much to the point that sometimes we don't see that it's hallucinating or saying things that cannot be done. This is an example of a system. I call it financial analysis system. So that exists. It's not an assumption or something. We built it for a client. And what does that system do? So it has like different components. Okay, I will start with the easiest one. It's down there, the real-time data agents. And this is easy. It's AI agents that monitor market data feeds. And these days, you know, all kind of numbers are in feeds. So you can have AI that monitors them. Then you have tracker agents that go and check the pricing. In this case, it was precious metals and crypto. Market agent. And this is more checking the regulation aspect of the market, what's going on. And finally, analyzer that go and take this information and make trend prediction stuff, but not to give you advice. At the end, it's sent to a dashboard. And this dashboard is designed by the client to make sense of the information. But these agents are working every day and giving these information and intelligence to the client. This is an example of something that a mastermind. But oh my God, suddenly you have a lot of kittens with Iron Man arms. This is another system, and this is we built for a partner company called Trelexa. In fact, I'm the CEO of both. And this one is very tricky because it uses AI to build authority online. And it's weird how authority these days can be measured and implemented. So what does that system do? It goes to the press, let's call it infrastructure that we have online. Press releases, articles, blogs, but also social media, podcast appearances, TV, and scan that. And communicate and give you metrics, but also multiply. So take from this outlet to this outlet. And you know, it's amazing how these things are programmed because they love each other. Like Google SEO love news wires and websites. So if you start connecting them using AI agent, this is the new system we developed. You are building authority quickly. Like what people used to do in years, now it can be in months. And of course, this is an example, again, it's not a demo, of how a custom AI platform should be. So there is, of course, the assistant, the chats that everyone is familiar with, the work of something that you can have. Don't do what I did with Moderna or what Yahoo did with Google. Don't miss the boat. of AI, please act now. The cost of hesitation is huge. Huh? Fear is a mind killer. AI is the investment of lifetime. Someone said before me, we need to invest in ourselves at least 10%, right? I think with AI, you don't need 10%, maybe 2-3%, but the reward is huge, maybe 400%, as that happened with me with Sarah Rombel. So let's become chef, and X here is a multiplication, opportunities, officers. And the AI revolution is now, huh? By the way. It's not the future. It's already happening. Maybe we are behind already and we don't know. And by the way, we have an initiative. We are looking to help 25 executives to showcase their achievement using our platform. So if you are interested, talk with our team. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Incredible. Wow. Thank you, Dr. Sam. I feel like that blew my mind. Anybody else feeling like, wow, it's almost too fast for the human mind to even conceptualize, but fantastic. You created that whole platform?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I got one question. Anyone have a question for him? I got many. Anybody around AI? He's clearly an expert. Challenge? Nope. Oh, it does? I'm overwhelmed. Anyone else overwhelmed?
Let's use the human superpower, right?
Yes.
What's your intuition tells you? What's your business needs? That's how it starts. There is a lot of things. That's what I showed you, right? But you don't need everything, maybe. I think trust your intuition. We have this superpower. Where's the problem in your business that you think you need AI to solve?
So I've used it to help with creating tips, performance improvement plans for underperforming individuals. So I have used it, but I need to use it more. I need to just continue to use it because I am that overachiever. I want to do it myself, but I need to work a little bit smarter instead of so hard. Thank you.
I love that. Use your intuition. Give him a round of applause, Dr. Sam. This conversation can go for a while. Thank you so much for that brilliant insight to AI for businesses. If you're not using it, you better jump on the boat. Saw that awesome. Are those AI images you used in your presentation?
Sorry?
Are those AI images?
Most.
You use most of them?
Most.
Incredible. I'm using AI to create children's stories, bedtime stories for my kids. I put their names in it. I say, what place do you want to go? Give me an animal you want to bring with you. And boom, I got a story in 2 seconds. Great way. I use it to interpret emails from customers. I'm having this problem with the customer, and this is what they said. This is what I'm thinking of reacting. What's the positive and negatives of looking at it that way? All of a sudden, it's given me another perspective that I need, So there's a lot of ways to use this technology. I love what you're doing, so thank you for that. So he just tapped on the fast train that it could take and really plummet, or actually hijack your business into another galaxy. I really want to try to figure out a metaphor that works. There's no doubt from a business standpoint, it could do wonders. What about your personal brand? And he just tapped on that with all those publications, Forbes, Entrepreneur. Imagine your personal brand. Who in this room is actually prioritizing their personal brand? Everyone's hand should go up. Thank you very much. If you're here at this event, you have a personal brand, it takes 7 seconds for people to receive you, or sound, how you actually, what you're wearing, and they're perceiving a whole bunch of checkpoints of exactly how they're going to judge you. But it gets more exciting when they go to see you online, because you have to look the same as you are in real life online. And some expert who's coming next, you've seen her on stage, you can't miss her, she's looking pretty bright today. She's going to take us to the 7 keys to building powerful personal brands, which I hope everyone takes out their pen and writes them down, because there's no doubt there's practical strategies to stand out. There's a lot of competition out there, and we are constantly trying to stand out. So how are you going to do that differently? And the way to do it authentically and leave that lasting impression. So please put your hands together as we welcome Phyllis Mendez, CEO and founder of Powerful Personal Brands, up to the stage. Wow, is she shining? stunning. Oh, standing up. Here you go. You ready to buy the outfit? I mean, it seems like you could sell it, girl.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Phyllis Mendez, and this is part of being a personal brand, So thank you. First of all, sorry for my accent, okay? I live in USA. I live in Miami, but I am Latin. My original language is Spanish. And in USA, people understand me with this accent, because in Miami, all people speak Spanish. But I know that here the accent is different, so I want to tell you sorry in advance. Okay? And if you don't understand me, please tell me, because I am here for add value to your life. So if you don't understand me, it's impossible that I can add value to your life. So let me know. If you don't understand, you tell me, okay? It's okay. Only raise your hand, and that's it, okay? Perfect. So, yeah, she told you, I am Phyllis Mendez, and I am an expert 2,800 clients around the world. And also, I am author of 2 books, and one of which is with Kevin Harrington. Do you know, if you know who is him? He's very famous because he was the original shark from the TV show Shark Tank. So, and also, this is me now. But let me explain you why I am this person now, because you know that always behind every success there are a story, right? Of course, I know that you have your story, and I will love that you after share me it, okay? So this was me 7 years ago, okay? My life was terrible, really was terrible. I was in bankrupt. I was taking medication for depression and anxiety. I had panic attacks, many. And also, I had terrible relationship, because when you don't love yourself, it's impossible that the other people love you. Everything starts with you. And also, you can see I was looking terrible, because always people reflect what you are inside and out. Always, always, always. So, I was a scarcity mindset. And always we need something for wake up. Always, always. In my case, was a car accident. I had a car accident where I almost died with my whole family. After this car accident, something woke out inside me. And I asked myself, Phyllis, what are you doing with your life? What is your purpose? You are successful? Do you feel that you are successful? And the answer was no. In the moment, I knew that if I wanted to change my life, I need to take risky and important decision. And first decision was take a loan, and I was 35,000 into debt for invest in knowledge for my personal growth. And the second decision was, another decision was, move again to another country, because in that moment I was living in Argentina. I am from Peru. In that moment I was living in Argentina, and in that moment I took the decision to move to Spain for study everything, for change the environment. I want only a new life, I went to the Spain, and I start to change my mindset. I start to change my appearance. I start change everything, and I start to study many things. I start study sales, communications, how I can communicate with you in stage, everything. And I change my appearance. In that moment, I say, Phyllis, okay, what is the next step? And you know, when you look better, you can attract different people. Because people always judge you for your appearance. Is the truth? No, it's good, but it's the truth. And I start to have an amazing environment with value people, and they give me ideas that how I can start do a business. I start to business in Spain, the Airbnb business, and also I start to be a personal shopper because I start to love fashion. Everything was amazing until the pandemic came. And I was in bankrupt again. This was exactly 3 years, 5 months. The pandemic destroyed my business, and I need to reinvent myself. But now, in that moment, I knew how I can reinvent myself because I had knowledge. I start to create my personal branding with the many tools, the many keys, the many strategies that I was learning in my life. And in that moment, for example, I opened social media, but let me tell you something. You don't need social media for be a personal brand, okay? Because I had my first client only with 50 followers. So you don't need million followers, okay? I told you this in advance. After we can talk more about that. But in that moment, I say, okay, it's time to restart. And I take the decision to move to Mexico. Why? Because Mexico was the only country that never closed in pandemic. And I start meeting new people again. And everything was good. I was in Mexico for 8 months. But I am ambitious. And I say, in Mexico, I earn in pesos. I need dollars. In that moment, after 8 months, I moved to Miami. And I never returned. I go to Miami. I don't know anybody in that moment in Miami. I went only with a small wallet for my hotel the first day. And after, I promise you that I not had planned in that moment. I promise you, always in my life, I never had planned. So, really, it's true. And this was the best for me. So, and I say, okay, in that moment, I have only $3,000, I remember. And I say, okay, I know one being USA illegal. I have this money for pay a lawyer, but I need money for eat. I need money for my apartment. I need money for living. So, but you believe in miracles? Of course, right? God is everything. God is everything. I am here for God. And let me tell you, before I am here, I was praying there, and I say, God, permit me add values to these people. Permit me that they understand me, and permit me that after this conversation, they can start to think in different things. Because for me, the most important thing is that if we are in this world, we are human, we are here for serve other. Only serve, only giving, and giving. In that moment, I had a miracle in my life. I was in the line on the restaurant, on the cheap restaurant, in the line waiting, and a woman started to talk to me. And that woman, I started to talk, and after that lunch, she said me, I know that you now are in difficult situation. I was in the same situation when I moved to Miami, because she is American, but she is the other city. And if you want, Phyllis, I know how a sofa, but maybe I can do something for you in one space of my apartment. And I say, it's okay, that's it. And she helped me a lot, because now I don't need to pay rent in that moment. And now she's my best friend. Now she lives with me, obviously, in totally different place. with different amenities, everything. Our life changed a lot. So this was my first miracle in USA. So, but after like this, I told with Katrina is her name. I love her. She helped me for I practiced with her this speech because she speaks English. So she told me, okay, Phyllis, but what is your plan now? And my plan only was accumulate. I say, okay, it's time that we focus in really grow my personal brands, and I start to tell people, and I start to apply different keys, the same keys that I teach my 2,800 clients for they can change their life. 1 month, listen me, I needed only 1 month for say to Katrina, thank you so much for this space that you give me your living room, but it's time that we move for other place, and don't worry, I will invite you. It's my time. I needed only 1 month for have amazing clients. Every day come for me in that moment. And now, they are my clients. I can be here like one day, show you my clients. I have many clients around the world. One create a personal branding. No, it's only how you can connect with people. This is the most important thing. And you need have coherence in how do you look, what do you say, what do you sing, etc. So people now no buy more products, no buy more things. People buy for the person that sell that product and sell that service. In USA, there are many persons that do a similar service like me. Obviously, not the same, because this is my formula, but there are many experts in creating personal brands. But why? The high business owners pay me. When I arrived in USA, I didn't speak English. And my clients want American that only speak English. I just translate. And I come to Katrina, I say, Katrina, do you want to change your life? And Katrina said me, yes. Katrina always follow me. And I said, okay, if you want to change my life, I promise you that I am be the key. Please, only help me and go with me with my client because I need your help. And sometimes she coming with me for I can close deals. So really, when you want something, always you can achieve. Everything is that you are creator. You can create everything that you want in your life. No matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, no matter. Because if you really believe in you, if you really know that you have knowledge, if you really want to add value to people, people always start to follow you. Always. My clients are big business owners. Now I will show you a specific case, don't worry. Big business owners in USA. Big. Companies from $100 million, company the minimum $50 million, and they are my friends. And I start from nothing, from scratch. So, I told you that it's important that you remember this. Oh my God, I will be more here because I know one big accident here. So, what is a powerful personal brand? I told you, a powerful personal brand is your introduction with the world. Is that made you unique? Is that made that the people admire to you? You can connect with people authority. Okay? This is the most important thing. Remember, personal brand is how you connect, how you make impact, and how you create your legacy. Now, first of all, please, are you here? Yeah? Yeah? Are you here? Okay. First of all, are you ready for show you what are the 7 keys that I use for Birman Empire in less than 3 years and change my life only in 1 month. And it's the same keys that I teach my clients for they can grow more, not only in the business, it's in the life. Because if you are a good personal brand, a powerful personal brand, you can change not only your reality, you change the reality that the people. So, and also, if you want, you can scan it and follow me in social media. I have Instagram, is my Instagram is my best platform, and LinkedIn. But let me tell you sincerely, I create LinkedIn here in Dubai because in USA I never need it. So here is very new, my LinkedIn. Start to follow me, please. I don't have followers in LinkedIn. Okay, first of all, why? Let me see what happened. Okay, first of all, you need your purpose and clarity. Because it's impossible that you create empire if you don't know who you are. Because if you don't know who you are, it's impossible that you don't know what do you want. Okay? So, this is the most important thing. Okay? Your purpose and clarity. And this is my client Alma. She is entrepreneur in California. Now, before she was a housewife. And she said me, Phyllis, I am trying to find you because I feel that I want more. And she find her purpose with my programs. And now she's very successful in Los Angeles. Abundant mindset is the second key, okay? He is my successful client, Eric Quiroz. Now is one of my best friends. He's owner of landscaping company in USA. So he now, with my programs, okay, he having double his income. Double in less than 1 year. And also now he has girlfriend. Yeah. He have, and also he tell me, Phyllis, the most important thing that I learned with you is like, no matter what happened in my life, no matter is tomorrow, I lose everything because I am a creator and I can create everything again. 1, 2, 3 times, no matter. The third key is magnetic personal image. Remember, like the people see you, they treat you, and like the people see you, they pay you. It's easy. If you looks better, people will be pay you better. People will be pay you more. It's easy. Easy. And you don't need buy luxury things, expensive things. No. Forget that. You only need low knowledge for you looks better. Everything is knowledge. Okay? This is Jacob. Is my client. Is real estate investor. He's other case. She's other woman, right? She now is other, right? Yeah. And she don't need doctors. So the fourth key is the ability to sell and monetize. Who you know Grant Cardone? Grant Cardone. And also Grant Cardone was my mentor in sales. So he is my client because he's sell guy. But he tell me, Phyllis, I know, and Grant Cardone say that I need looks like successful people, like I am not looks like successful people, please transform me. And I start change many things with him, but because sometimes people see my before and after of my client, and the people always are worried about appearance, but always I explain that it's everything, no, it's only appearance. But he changed, and for example, he say, this is his testimonial. Now this is other example, is the same. Other key, the 5 key is communication. How you can have amazing communication. How you can do that the people do things for you. Okay? She is my other client, Angelina. She is from Utah. Okay? Oh, she is from Utah. And she, this is the key 6. Sorry, I am running, but I don't have more time, so I try to run. So he is Philip. He is the guru, the insurance guru in USA. So, and she tell me, Phyllis, my relationships changed totally with you. Now I sell more because insurance is about relationship, you know. And now I know that everything is relationship. This is the reason why. Today is the launch. You are the first person that know, also my clients, that I will launch in my own club for connect global visionaries around the world. We have base in Miami, Los Angeles, and Dubai. And you can subscribe today totally free. And if you want the IMB in your city with my team, we can do this possible. Because everything is connection and collaboration for me. Remember, we are in this life for giving, 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 giving. So only scan it, and you can subscribe for free, and you can connect with other visionaries from around the world. Because remember, your personal brand don't grow in your city. If you want a good, amazing, and powerful personal brand, you need to have a global personal brand. Okay? Also, 7, and with that finish, consistency, coherence, and authority. She is Disney. She is the #1 in sales in the world in Herbalife company. Do you know Herbalife? Yeah? Do you know Herbalife? It's a very big company. She's number sell in the world. And she was successful before arrived to me, successful in money, but their appearance and other things don't fit with this reality. So with me, she start to have you to be aligned with everything. Okay? And now, everything is give, 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 give. I told you, this is the reason why. If you want talk with me after like that, I will give you a free strategy call with me. If you want, tell me about your case. If you want that I know more about you and give you the strategies for how you can grow more quickly, you can do a free consultation with me. It's totally free. Okay? Because I am doing this, because I know you only need to scan it. I am doing this. I am doing this because, honey, I know that you are here for change. You not are here only for survival. You are here for create your dream life. And you can do that. Of course that you can do that. The only thing, there are people that die and don't know themselves. It's like, what do you do starting now? What you will do starting now? Do you want change or do you want continue the same way? Let me tell you something. The path of success is always growth and growth and growth. Always. This is the path of success. If you continue being in the same way, it's impossible that you can grow. I know that you had many challenges in your life. But let me tell you, congratulations. Because you are here. And this is the signal that you always want continuous growing. And I want to tell you, congratulations again, because the person that you are today, I know that cost you a lot of pain, a lot of bad experience. And you continue here with your faith in you. Remember, the most important thing is you. And I am here for that. My name is Phyllis Mendez, and I am here for walk with you, for add value to your life, and to remind you that you don't deserve nothing less than amazing life. Thank you so much.
Woo! Muchas gracias. Phyllis Mendez, she's on fire. You look like the rays of sunlight. I love it. Thank you. I'm sorry we're running out of time. I just want to leave everybody with the idea that, your personal brand isn't what you say about yourself. It's about what people say when you leave the room. Just remember that. What people say about you when you leave the room. And she had a great thing. She had a lot of testimonies. So if people say great things about you, make sure you grab them, share it. Because people believe other people. So as the stage is getting set up, I want to remind everybody, have you shared the YouTube links with your friends and family? Are you letting all your friends, colleagues, business partners, customers know that you're getting on stage and sharing expertise? I don't hear you. All right, just checking. Well, let me tell you, there's some amazing technology advancements happening. One of them, we talked about AI a little briefly. We could spend a whole event just talking about AI. But there were QR codes throughout the event. Did anyone check them out? It said, scan if you want to see a picture of yourself here. Anyone see it? Show of hands? Nope. All right, one person. Fantastic. Well, let me tell everyone else and invite you. There are QR codes throughout the event. At the event, basically what you do is you take a selfie. The technology will identify your face with our camera crew and all the images that are uploaded at this event, and we'll send you either a text message, a WhatsApp message, so you get pictures of yourself. Who wants pictures of themselves here? Oh, yeah, thank you. I like this, waving in the back. All right, well, I'm being kind to you. I'm letting you sit, but I may move everybody and mix it up a little bit. And I want to invite you, please scan that QR code so that you can get pictures and share those pictures. They're professional pictures. You don't have to think about asking people to take your camera. All right, we're moving along. Clearly, a lot of valuable content today. Our next is a panel discussion. We got more experts to come here and talk about something we all need. We don't learn this in school. Why not? Everyone needs it. It's called negotiation. Anyone learn it in school? No? Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to find some strategies up on stage today. It's about achieving win-win pricing agreements, which we're all in sales, whether you like it or not. I like to call it service because if you look at it from a service glasses, you just tend to do it a little bit better. But we got to negotiate. We got to give a proposal, a quote, and we got to find an agreement with another party so that you can get paid. So our panelists will share actionable strategies to achieve these outcomes for both sides. There is negotiation. It's all about fostering trust and building long-term partnerships and relationships. So let's discover how to approach these negotiations with confidence because it sometimes could be scary and ensure every deal creates value for everybody. What do you say? Let's invite them up. First, we're going to have our lovely moderator, Tish Hodge. She's coming back up to moderate this session. PHR, MSHRM. I think it's short for mushroom. Is that what it is? No? Oh, there's a big one. She's going to tell me when she gets up here because it looked like mushroom, and I love mushrooms. But anyway, it's not a mushroom. Come on up, girl. Founder and CEO of the Shine Institute. She's shining. I'm going to also invite our panelists. So Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global and GoDome. I also have Andrea Stefano Dancini, CEO Movier Servizi SPA. Navin Jaitley, the CEO of Navin Jaitley Coaching Limited. Mazroor Huck, partner at Kaz Consulting. And Dr. Suthasini Suvisa. I know I'm going to be corrected there, but I gave it a good shot. So he is CEO, Happy 3 Creation Company Limited. So thank you very much for your patience with my grammar here. We got a lot of the world here together. There's the American pronunciation. Thank you so much for being here. You got the last one? Okay, everyone test your microphone and you're ready to rock and roll. Have a great discussion.
All aboard.
All right.
Let's hit it. So we are here discussing negotiation strategies, achieving win-win pricing agreements. We've met this morning with the first panel, Tish Hodge, founder and CEO of the Shine Institute, and we'll go with one-liners for our introductions and then we'll dive in.
Hi everyone, so I'm Navin Jaitley, I'm the CEO of Navin Jaitley Coaching Limited, and we provide business development, communication and high performance mindset coaching, consulting and training to companies all over the world.
I'm Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global, and we do product development and product sourcing throughout Asia on behalf of our clients. We make things by the container.
Hi, I'm Andrea Danesini, CEO of Moveo Servizi, that is a robotics company that does robotics as a service in Europe and worldwide for mid-sized companies.
Hi, my name is Mashur. I'm originally a real estate investor that's mastering brand and business strategy. I'm all about alignment through authenticity, and that's kind of what my consulting's been.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Suthasini Susiva, but everyone can call me Not. It's easier for Thai people because our full name is very long. I'm the CEO of Happy Tree Creation. What we do is we do smart solution providers, what we say that. We develop software platform that actually helping everyone to achieve and have peace, achieve their business goal. Yep.
Welcome. The first question is, what is the importance of identifying key decision makers and understanding their motivations?
Okay, so key decision makers are absolutely essential, especially when it comes to B2B selling. I've come from a sales background. We teach a lot around sales, negotiation, and business development. And what we find a lot of the time with teams, they think they're getting in there, they think they're doing well, a deal's going ahead. And actually they're speaking to someone who's not a decision maker, or people who are not a decision maker. So part of your process must be, very early on, identify who are the people that are going to sign that check, who are the people that are going to make that decision, make that deal happen. Because if you don't do that, you're wasting potentially a lot of time. Was that the whole question?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, I totally agree. The person who signs the check is the person you make the deal with. And it's important. And how is your process? And, follow their process, follow their culture, be respectful, but know who's making those decisions.
Yeah, so you have to identify the right person, and it's not every time it's so simple to do, because in some business models there are transversal issues inside the projects, and so you have a great risk of wasting time, so identifying the correct person that make the right decision.
Understanding their motivation is your first set of negotiating, because that is your value exchange. So if you understand their motivation, then you understand what the value exchange could be.
Well, to add to that, actually, for me, for the software business, is actually to listen to them first, to actively or empathically listen to them, because most of the time, what we say is that our customer didn't actually know what they want. Because we innovate, we develop solution for them, right? We try to seek solutions and actually create the value, mutual value for both of us. So that's the way that I'm trying to do.
That was the second question. What is active listening and how important it is in negotiations? But I think you've answered that one. So I'm going to go to the third. Some individuals are born fighters, like Muhammad Ali. How do you handle aggressive negotiators?
I love that question. So there's a few things here. One of the things we do, we provide something called DISC personality tests. And DISC is it's a very scientific test that's put together, and it will give you the personality type. So some people are aggressive, and they tend to have a dominant personality. The key with all of this is empathy. Because I was at a panel yesterday and I said, empathy isn't sympathy. Empathy is putting yourself in their shoes and understanding them. So if you're up against a very aggressive person, it's putting yourself in their shoes and doing two things. Thinking, what is it that they want? What is going to make them tick? Because if you are able to match them on that level, they are likely to calm down. But the second thing is, you mustn't lose your respect. Because if you go into passive mode, they're going to eat you alive. If you go into aggressive mode, it's going to become a fight. Right. So you've got to keep that balance where it's assertive, not aggressive, not passive. That is the key to dealing with aggressive people. So working out what they want, And then number two, matching them in terms of being assertive rather than aggressive or passive.
Yeah, I agree with mirroring and matching an aggressive person, but I do a lot of negotiation in China and Asia, and I tend to think that with an aggressive person, they want to be drawn out. And so you ask them questions. You say things like, gee, that's interesting, tell me more about that, and let them talk. And then you listen, but just keep drawing them out until they've said everything they could possibly say, and that sets the table.
Yes, when we find some aggressive person, normally I think we have to be assertive, and so one of the techniques that I prefer is to identify how it's necessary to be focused on the goal. So he's aggressive, but if we are calm and with a low voice, often we are able to maintain the discussion on the focus, and so the aggressive during the negotiation normally being calm and less important.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of like martial arts. There's so many different ways where you can either let the aggression pass, or you can stop the aggression. You can fight the aggression, and I think it's just understanding what the ideal value recognition is. If you give somebody that's aggressive, you can give them what they want. They're not going to be aggressive anymore, right? And so there's different ways to understand how to play that battle. But I think he said it best: is just draw them out. I think they just get tired after a while.
Not?
Yeah, I agree to that. But then the other word I add is patience. Because if we're patient and we listen to them without emotions, we not go with them. Basically, we're not aggressive and fighting with them. So we understand what actually they try to say. And we're fighting them with our patience and understand them and find the trigger. What actually the value that we can offer to them, and how we get what we try to do is win-win, right? So we need to find that what is the mutual value that's gonna create the win-win solutions. It's not just pricing, but it's also for the relationship that we didn't want to break it down, right?
In my world, in the HR world, to explore our differences. The other E is to encourage respect. And lastly, once we're in that respect, trying to find our common ground. And lastly, thank them for the opportunity to find a win-win. But the next question is, should a company...
Yeah, I think one of the key things here is, what I always say, a key to negotiation is knowing your value, whether you're an individual or you're a company. So you have to take it by a case-by-case situation. But I always say, and I always advise my customers, if the deal isn't right, don't be afraid to walk away. If you just drop your deal and drop your pricing, a lot of times you have to look at it by each situation. And keeping your value comes from knowing your value. So one thing I always say is, when customers say to me, how do we decide our pricing, for example? Yes, you look at the market and you have a kind of a barometer for what's going on. But you must always think, what value are...
Yeah, that you're in sync, even before the meeting. You don't want to be in that negotiation if you don't believe that they appreciate your value proposition. So don't get into the situation in the first place. Talk about that before the meeting. If there's no agreement
that you have to be ready. We believe in our business, some accepts to give a premium price to us between us, and this is the important part of negotiation, because we have some value of obtaining.
Confidence comes with competence, and so the more you're able to stick your ground to your values, I think that's what's...
We try to achieve that. If not leverage all the data to support that decision, that we say that, okay, it's not benefit to us at all, or we're gonna lose it, and it's not gonna be for...
Next question is pretty juicy. How do you negotiate with someone or an organization from a different cultural background than yours?
All right, that's such a wide question. There's so much to that. But I mean, one thing, obviously, knowing about the culture, it always definitely helps. And if you have got an organization where you have people from that similar culture, it's always bring to either include them in the discussion or certainly pick their knowledge. But it goes back to actually what you said earlier. Ask them questions. Because any culture in the world, right, Arabic, Italian, Indian, Chinese, doesn't matter, you can always ask people questions. And when the other people are doing the talking, number one, you have less of a chance to offend them. But number two, you actually get to understand their world better. So one of the key things is to get to understand someone. It doesn't matter what culture is, ask them the questions to get a better understanding and insight into what they do.
Yeah, that's a great question for me because that's my sweet spot. We negotiate on behalf of our clients with factories in Asia to get the products, and the clients have these very high expectations, and they want to squeeze the factories. And we say, okay, that's okay, but we have to earn their trust first. And then we have to negotiate with the factories. We have to say, this is the expectation of the client, and I know we can get there, but I know we need to earn your trust. So let's meet somewhere in the middle and work towards both of our goals. You have a steady client, you have steady production, and you can bring your costs down as we prove ourselves as a great client to you. And on the other side, we say, we're going to negotiate that price down over time because we're going to prove ourselves to the factory that we're honest brokers and that we're worthy of their trust. So you work it on both ends and you come together in the middle, but you do it with a plan.
Yeah, according to me, it's preparing, studying, preparing about the cultural values of the people you are to meet in the next time. So the previous week, I tried to understand everything about the culture of the people I met, because, for example, in China or Uzbekistan or where we have gone in the last year. It's different, for example, from Intel culture, and some values are different, and it's important to understand where is the common ground in which we can.
Pretty baseline as far as the numbers have to work, but when we're talking about cultural indexes, we're talking about human beings, we're talking about people, and so going back to the questions and understanding people and understanding how to navigate the conversation and still make the business work, I think that part's easier when we're trying to actually actively listen and understand our people.
Well, for me, culture is not just nationality culture, but also culture as well. When we deal with people, for Happy Tree Creation, we actually work with many different corporate and also different nationalities of the employees as well. So even though we are quite a small company and new as well, but then it's come to culture, they are very, very different. And each of them actually looking for different things. Like key decision makers, influencers, even though they come from the same nationalities, they have quite the same culture as we expected, but actually they're not, because their background is actually different. And everything we deal with them, we need to understand them first. So understand of the basic culture differences, belief differences, then we embedded all of them. And sometimes we have to work and study before we get into or step into the table to the negotiations. So understand them first and then identify how flexibilities or scalability that we need to offer to them and prepare to adapt and changing during the table, during negotiation sessions.
So we mentioned active listening, knowing the value proposition, being patient. What are any other negotiation techniques or models that will help to maximize the results of that negotiation?
Sure. The other thing we look at a lot is something called tactical empathy, where it's a bit of a combination of all those things, but what you're doing is you're understanding people by doing things like labeling their emotions. One of the things which we talk about in sales is called the concept of sort of feel, felt, found. So if somebody says something to you, people want to be acknowledged and they want to be respected. So when you are talking to someone, if they say something that you think, hang on, you've just been explaining to me how much value you see this, and now you're talking about how our prices are too much. Always start with, I totally understand how you feel. But potentially if I was in a situation, we would feel the same way. However, you go into what we found is other clients have paid for our services and have benefited in X, Y, Z ways. So tactical empathy is acknowledging someone. It's making them feel respected, but then it's... So there's many techniques, but tactical empathy, and I could go on and speak that for a long time, but in terms of time, I can't do that. It's basically about using empathy, but in a very tactful way, so that the client feels that you understand them, and that will help you to negotiate with them.
That's wise. Well said. One of the things I think about is that negotiations is still sales. And in sales, the number one thing you should do is look for pain. If you can alleviate pain, then usually, as long as you're reasonable, the price is not the issue. So you're looking for the pain. The negotiation goes so much better if this person goes from aggressive, because an aggressive person is in pain. They turn into a pussycat if you can address the pain, and then you can build this really great relationship. And then the other thing I would say is, when you're selling, don't sell in the moment, sell the relationship and what things look like down the road. You don't want to paint blue sky, but at the same time, you want to be able to look towards 6 months, a year, 3 years, and what that relationship might look like. Because if it doesn't go well, they'll feel that there's a loss, a real loss, because, you know, if you can talk about 3 years and what that relationship looks like and they walk away, they didn't walk away from.
And also you have to know which is his real need. Sometimes you said before, he doesn't know exactly what he needs. He needs normally a solution, not a product, not a service, but a solution to his pain, to his problems. And so when you sell a solution and not a product or services, you have more capabilities to do a good negotiation. So I think in this complex scenario, we need to improve our offer with probably a more deep value according to the product and to the service, to give to our customer complete solution that probably are complex and are able to complete the lack of competencies or complete the lack of knowledge of our customers, to give them the right solution in the right moment at the right price.
Yeah, I think adding on to both the pain and the relationship, it's understanding what the value exchange is. So, you know, is there a way to expand the pie before we start dividing it up? And those are really the definitions that we can start to think about early to make sure that the negotiations or the conversations actually make sense for everybody. Because then we can really identify if the value is solving their pain point, then it's very easy. But what are some other strategic collaborations that we can add to expand the pie and expand our relationship as we move forward through our experience?
Well, for me, to add to those, actually I agree with all of you, but then I would like to add that the mindset. Before we get into negotiation, we need to prepare the mindset of us, of our team, whether what we're looking for, the goal that we like to achieve, and also what they actually want from us and how we can offer to them. And then the other thing is the data, all the data about them and also about us, what we have in hand, what they actually publish on the internet or wherever, and analyze all those to support the decisions. And then we make several alternatives. We also offer flexibilities to another parties, that they can actually, because most of my clients didn't looking for cheapest price, they're looking for values actually. So what we can offer to them, but sometimes they already have budget, right, in their mind, but we don't know that budget. They never say it about that. But once we talk to them, we will know, and we can get that flexibilities and adapt it and then close the deal during that sessions.
Love it. Next question asks, what are traits of an excellent negotiator?
Yeah, so I think that an excellent negotiator really has 3 traits. One is what I spoke about before, they're empathetic. They understand the customer. And the second thing, they're fantastic communicators. And communication is a two-way thing. So they ask fantastic questions and then they listen. And what they actually, by doing that, they actually help some of the customer understand the situation better themselves. Ever come across a situation where you've met someone, whether it's in a personal situation, on a date, or in a business situation, where you just thought that person really knows their value, and because of that they were quite magnetic, and you knew that you probably couldn't get away with stuff, and in a way you respected them more? That's what you've got to do. Negotiation begins in your brain. So know your value, learn how to communicate, and become very empathetic. That makes a great negotiator.
Okay, so there's great advice up here, and I hope everybody's paying attention. The only thing I can do at this point, I think down the line, is just add to some of the stuff we've already been talking about. So I'll speak to body language and understand how to read it so that you know how you're being received, so you can back up, or you can redress, or you can stop and ask questions until the body language is right. So that's as much of an art as it is a skill. It takes experience. But just adding to what everybody's saying, and empathy is big too, but I would add body language.
I was going to add read the room entirely. So, yes, body language indeed, but sometimes you can just check the atmosphere. You know, when we opened up this morning, we didn't have half as many people, but just reading the room, what is it saying? Like you said, do I need to pull back? Do I need to just drop my trump card at this moment? Like, you just have to realize when to shift and just how to read the atmospheric pressure and how to shift. You have to know how to do that in order to be successful.
I think that a good negotiator has to be a good listener and has to know when not to say nothing. The importance of silence in a negotiation is underestimated. Sometimes words more is the word that make the negotiation go down. And so I think the most important is stay calm, understand, listen, and stay silent when you have to stay silent.
I think one of the core philosophies I think about is dynamic equilibrium. Commerce is not a new thing. Negotiations is not a new thing. And there's different ways that we can look at how commerce is being traded even in a natural aspect of, like, you know, I looked at mushrooms and how fungi exchange energy and exchange resources in the soil. And so all of these different things are based on the fact that we need to create a dynamic equilibrium where everyone does actually stay happy and achieve the value that they're looking for, both in the buyer and seller side of things.
Well, to add to that, well, I like to add emotion intelligence, or AI, right? It's not just IQ that we can develop or create anything, but we need to be patient. We need to know what and when to say things. And also we need to try to understand each other and develop or build relationship that go forward, lifelong or something like that. And the other thing is that strategic thinking. I believe everyone, as a business leader, you already use strategic thinking, right? But then when dealing with negotiation, strategic thinking is very important. And also, if you can use or employ what we call design thinking method, so we can actually collaborate with another party to develop solutions together. Then when they actually help us develop solutions, it's win, right? Win-win for both of us.
All right, so our panel would like to throw out a question to the audience. And that question is, in your experience, what was the missing puzzle piece to your negotiations and how did you succeed? Amit, I see Amit's hand right there.
No. Paul Barrett, the thing that was missing was I didn't have all the facts. And to recognize that I don't have the facts and say, you know what, we need to pause this negotiation as I reevaluate it based on the new information. And then came back to the table. They appreciated the fact that I was honest, and I was able to then proceed with success.
That's excellent. Honesty is, you have to have that because it's going to bite you in the butt at the end of the day.
You close the deal? Close the deal. All right, good. As long as it closed. What else we got?
So one thing, I don't know if I missed it, but be authentic. And I think that is really interesting for me because we are in a level where people can see through your crap very easily. If you can be authentic and really look into the eyes and have that conversation, I feel that goes a long way for me at least.
Absolutely. We concur.
Good addition.
And do me a favor, introduce yourself if I haven't met you before. I want to know who you are.
So hi, my name's Sarthak. I'm a student at the University of Manchester, but I'm also involved in the family business, which is textiles and garments manufacturing. So in negotiation, I've personally learned two things. The first one is, again, reading the room, where you understand what kind of a listener the other person is. So it's either logos or pathos. If the person's educated and responds to logic, that's what you use. But if the person's emotional, you use emotional sort of negotiations or arguments for that person. And the second thing that's helped me personally is always listening more than speaking, because you never know how much the other person knows. So try to understand how much the other person knows and then give your input so as to know the full picture before giving your own output or inputs. Yeah.
Thank you so much for participating. We have 1 minute and 32 seconds for any questions.
Anybody else? I love that part where you said, listen more. The question is, what questions are you asking to understand the person that you're sitting with and what they need? So if you're trying to sell me water, you guys say, are you thirsty? Right? Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rena Lyons, owner of REBX3 Consulting. You mentioned emotional intelligence. Can you elaborate a little bit more for me on how emotional intelligence plays a role in negotiations?
Of course. Well, for me, emotional intelligence is like it's the when and what we know that when we should use which emotions to compare to counter with the other part. Sometimes we find out that they are very aggressive, but there is something underlying of when they're aggressive, the word they say, or the fact that they actually try to do something to prevent or protect something. We try to seek that information, and we can control our emotion as well. Otherwise, we go with them as fighting, and it's breakdown, right? But if we are going to looking for win-win solutions, we need to understand them first and control us, and then also try to control their emotion as well, calm them down and things like that. So that's what I mean about emotional intelligence.
Thank you so much. 1-0, perfectly timed.
We're
Thank
awesome.
you so much.
We're awesome.
Incredible.
We loved it. We loved
Thank
it. Give them a
you.
round of applause. Thank you, panelists. We got the camera here, and if you didn't scan that QR code, you better do it so they can send you every picture that is taken from this event so you can get a copy, post it, hashtag. Anyone remember that hashtag? Feel like I should be giving out prizes if you remember. Hashtag CXO 2.0, C-O-N-F. You hear me say it over and over again so you don't miss it. I want to make sure I meet you. It's a big event. Look at all these faces. Right? I like to get in the audience. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Everyone looks so great. Nice to see you first time. How are you enjoying this event?
Yeah, it's very nice. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, got to take my mic back. Okay. The room fills up for one special moment of the day. Actually, it happens twice. It's a time we get to recognize all the spectacular people in this room, what you do, the contribution you have on the planet. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And really a moment for you to take that stage and soak up the applause. Soak it up, the appreciation. You have earned it. You have worked hard, and we want to make sure you don't miss it. We're streaming on YouTube, so if you're getting on this stage shortly, I hope to God you put that tag of that link on YouTube and you sent it to your family, you sent it to your friends, you sent it to your customers, even the ones you're pitching. Say, hey, it helps with your credibility and trust for them to see how amazing you are. So don't miss the chance. I'm just reminding you, don't forget it. I also think it's an incredible time to be alive. Anyone in the room get help learning about how to deal with their emotions when they were a kid? Show of hands. Anybody? One person, two. Wow, I want to meet your parents. Holy cow, they probably wrote the books. Now, education today, they're sitting in kindergarten, nursery, making pictures. I feel happy. Color a smiley face. I feel angry. What's that make you feel, you know? Now I sit with my kids and I say, okay, you're feeling angry. What are you going to do? We're going to color. We're going to dance. I'm trying to figure anything to shift that energy. and help them manage it. But let me tell you, looking around, I didn't see too many hands going up. So how we deal with our own emotions is something we got to take. You know, we got to jump into the driving seat and we got to make happen and make better, because it's actually a disability. Actually, that's how I see it. And we can empower ourselves to use this and really strengthen our skills so we can manage it better, because we need it. If you're going to come to an event, if you're going to deal with a customer, you need to manage your emotions. Let's see, are these tables moving? Yeah, you guys are going to move the tables for me? All right, give them a few more minutes. Has anyone heard of the emotion code? Anyone? You heard of the emotion code? Love this guy. It's a book. It's all about using a magnet to neutralize emotions that we feel. Some things make you angry. They may make me happy, right? We are built on a planet where my environment really impacts who I am today and what I respond to. And everyone has a different way of reacting to circumstances. Wouldn't you agree? I see heads going, yep. Some people going, what are you talking about, lady? I'm just buying time. They got to move another table. Give me a break. You know, I got to pull my comedy act out. I promise I won't do any juggling. But tell me, who scanned the QR code to get pictures of themselves at this event? Oh, yeah. Well done. I like that. Stretching up. Awesome. Anyone else? What are you waiting for? You're going to see it in the reception area. As you walked in and you registered, okay, there are a couple of them. They're kind of like these stands. It has a QR code. Now that I've told you, I want you to look for it. It will ask you, do you want an email, a text message? Do you want a WhatsApp message? Depends on where you are in the world and what technology you like to use. Scan it. It will ask you, take a picture of yourself so that it could recognize your face. And it's using AI. I see this mouth dropped. Wow, how cool is that, right? Isn't that so cool? And then all of a sudden you get a communication every time a picture was snapped. So if you see these fabulous photographers working so hard, make sure you're like, hey, you know, get your picture done. And even more important, grab some people next to you, take a picture with them. Then you could use the hashtag. What's that hashtag? Oh, yeah, thank you. I love that. I love that. Okay, now we're ready. We're ready for the awards. Are you guys ready for the awards? Okay, thank you very much. Well, as you have continued, and you're here on day 2 to this fantastic event, CXO 2.0 Conf is doing it, and we're doing it all across the web on all social media platforms, so please use them. And before we start giving out awards, our sponsors that are here, thank you. I encourage you to show some love. It is our deepest gratitude that we have this support. If you want to get involved with any of these events as a sponsor, you get great branding, you get great plugs, you get me talking all day about how amazing you are, and really encouraging you to connect as much as you can. And that's why you're sponsoring, right? Well, as a gesture of our appreciation, we'd like to invite some of our sponsors up to the stage to collect a certificate of appreciation. So please invite I got a beautiful certificate. There looks like someone's going to join me up here. But Ann, come over here. I love you. And hi, I'm assuming you're Juicy, right? Is that how you say your name?
Hey, my name is Jussi Määttä.
Ah, much better than Juicy. That was sounding fun. Yossi's a little bit better, but cool. He is Juicy, isn't he? Do me a favor. Introduce yourself for a second.
Hey, nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Jussi Määttä, CEO and founder of Body Healthcare. I'm coming actually from the neighbor room. I'm originally from Finland, and at Body Healthcare we provide a care coordination platform for hospitals. And now I'm happy to be here to hand out the awards to your sponsors.
Thank you so much. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I got your name just at that second. It was great to have you here. I'm going to ask you to take the middle of the stage. We'll be collecting the sponsor certificates from the left side and inviting the sponsors up to say a couple words. So Ann, bring it up here, girl. Ann Summer, PA. If you haven't met her, what are you waiting for? She's here. She's fabulous, and we saw her yesterday on a great panel discussion. Great to have you here. How you feeling? Congratulations.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great to have you on day 2. Congratulations. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a great day, too. Next sponsor, our bronze sponsor, I'd like to invite to the stage. You might have seen her this morning. If you missed her, you got to watch the replay on YouTube. Please welcome to the stage Fatima Ibrahim, executive coach of With Fatima. Ibra, come on up here. Do I see her in the room? I saw her moving around. Is she out here? She's not. So we're going to go to the next one. We'll call her up later. There's another person. I don't see him. So I may just run to the next one. We're missing some of our sponsors. Maybe someone from the team can grab our sponsors to make sure they're in the room. We're missing a couple sponsors here. I'm going to say his name. I haven't seen him. Mr. Gary Young, are you here? Wave. No, he's not. Okay, just double checking. I want to make sure my eyes are working well enough. Okay, next one. We're going to give big thanks to another brown sponsor, Michael Van Dyke. I saw you earlier. Michael. He's not here either. Okay, team, let's see if we can try. One more. I'm looking. We got another sponsor. Sorry about that. Thanks so much for being so flexible as I'm trying to scan. We're missing one more sponsor in the room. Who's here? Fatima! Where have you been, darling? Shoo, there she is. Fatima's running. Fatima Ibrahim, beautiful. Nice to see ya. Congratulations for being a great sponsor. Thank you so much for your support.
Clap more and I shall receive.
Abundance, girl, is coming for you. It's coming. It's following you to Saudi Arabia. That's where she's from. Like I said, she had a spectacular keynote this morning. Loved her insight. So do check it out. Thank you very much for the support from the team back there. Everybody, we're all collaborating, helping together. I got another bronze sponsor I'd like to bring up to the stage. If you haven't met him yet, I highly encourage you to talk to Mr. Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global and Go Dome. Thank you for being a sponsor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sponsoring our event. We love your support. You're welcome. Don't forget that hashtag so you can get all these pictures. And we're going to go right into the recognition awards. I know there's a couple more sponsors here, but I do not see them in the room. So we're going to bring them up later, and we'll continue on. How's that sound? Good? All right. So let's get right into the recognition awards, because it's an opportunity for us all to take a moment to really enjoy. I'm going to remind you, you get a minute on the microphone to give your gratitude to other people that made this moment happen in your life. So please don't forget your customers, that are helping pay the bills. So give it all gratitude. Now's the time. First up, I'd like to give CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award to the CEO of Holistica Consulting. It's the first to create a training academy for technical recruiters and HR and enable them to speak the language of IT with confidence and credibility. He's done a series of masterclasses to over 100,000 attendees. And recently, his training academy, oh, goodness gracious. Hello, Ayub Sheikh. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Time to shine. That's what I like to call it. Fantastic. Congratulations, Ayub.
There's been so much innovation. We've worked so hard. So I just want to say thank the team and the family for support. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Fantastic. You're welcome. Congratulations. Thank you so much for everything you do. 100,000 people you've trained. Unbelievable. Impacting the world here at CXO 2.0. Our next Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to someone who has co-founded Movio Servizi in 2015 and became its CEO in 2022. In the same year, they further solidified the human plus robotics business model by founding Movio People BV. Awarded in numerous national and international events, they consistently promote the collaboration between humans and machines. Well, it's an ideal for efficiency and well-being. Let's invite up to the stage Andrea Stefano Dancini. Congratulations. Well done. All right. Congrats. How you feeling?
Thank you everybody for this prize and a recognition. I want to thank my family, my partner Edoardo, and my team in Italy, and all my customers, in particular Miss Elena Pagani and the Medical Air Group, that they were the first that believe in our project of robotics as a service. And so it's important to have someone that believes in you when you have a good idea to start your project. Thank you.
Congrats. Grazie. Okay. Next Conference Young Achiever Award goes to the owner of his family hotel chain. It's a Maniello Hotels based in Sorrento, Italy. If you haven't been there, that's a spectacular place to go. On the coastline, he expands his global perspective through a study abroad program in Vienna and gained experience in strategic consulting at Accenture. He aims to blend the wisdom of the previous generation of founders with a strong personal commitment to keep the hotel a leading name in hospitality. There's a Conference Young Achiever Award for CXO 2.0 to Angelo Dimiano. Our next winner is a global accountant and management consultant with more than 20 years of experience in the corporate services industry. She is a founder and CEO of Kagetic Business Solutions, Inc., and a business service provider based in the Philippines. Oh, she's coming up. You can't miss her here. She has started her journey from her passion to profession to a skilled leader. Here she is, Carlota de Guelo Eramidio.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Carlota de Gula Eremedjo from the Philippines, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cogency Business Solutions, Inc., a business service firm in the Philippines. I'm very grateful and honored to be standing here before you, accepting this award. And I would like to share this award to my team back in the Philippines, my amazing team, very hardworking. To my strategic partners, global strategic partners, and my clients who keep on trusting me and my team, and also especially my family, who's always very supportive of whatever I do. And my husband is also here enjoying the conference with everyone. Thank you so much. This award will have a special place in my office reminding me of the great time that we had in this conference and the amazing journey. And I'm very grateful for the for the amazing leader that I met since yesterday, and looking forward to meet more leaders until the end of this conference, and hopefully we can connect, and who knows, we might be working together and become strategic partners. The possibilities are endless. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlota. Congratulations. Please be careful of the stairs on the way up, please. So just to remind everybody, and then everyone that gets an award, please stick around. We're going to do a group shot of all you amazing people at the end, okay? But we're still going. We got more to acknowledge. Next conference, Business Leadership Excellent Award for CXO 2.0 goes to an executive director who is the internationalism and partnerships at the University of Strathclyde with over 15 years of experience in higher education. He leads strategic growth initiatives in the Middle East, and he's enhancing the university's regional presence. He has expertise in marketing, communication, business development, and stakeholder engagement. Please put your hands together for Elvin Joseph. Congrats, congrats.
Thank you everyone for the recognition, and CXO for recognizing this business excellence leadership. It's great to be here, great to meet with leaders. I'm sorry I couldn't attend yesterday. I just arrived from the airport straight away, but I look forward to meeting everybody, and this is exciting. So thank you everyone.
Congrats. Have a good day, okay? Thank you. Thank you. I love how everyone comes up. They're ready to meet more people, so I hope you're going to get ready for that. It's continuing for another day and a half. Our next winner is the co-founder and CEO of RYSA S3, and she was established herself as an industry leader with over 16 years of experience, pioneering contributions to business growth, particularly in scientific research and technological innovation. She did win the Women Leader 2024 by Passion Vista magazine, and she's celebrated for exceptional ability to lead cross-cultural teams and unwavering commitment as CEO. Please put your hands together for Emiliano Minia. I say congratulations to everyone. You're going to get it online, and you can pick up your award later if you miss out this moment. But we got more to give away. The next winner is a visionary president and CEO who leads Fig Tree Companies, spearheading sustainability, community-driven real estate development in the Philippines. With over 15 years of experience, he has pioneered projects emphasizing eco-consciousness, community engagement, and sustainable living. So please put your hands together for Franco Pendagosa. Congratulations. Our next winner of CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is an experienced international business developer and tax advisor. And they're also supporting Italian companies in internationalization paths and foreign companies to enter the Italian market. So if you have your eyes set on one of the most fabulous countries in the world, please put your hands together to the winner, Gaetano Moglelli. Congrats, congrats.
Hi guys, thanks to CXO organization. This was brilliant. This is my first time here and I was shocked, really. This is also for my team, my teammate and my colleagues in Italy and my family for sure. But I would also like to thank you, each one of you, for your experiences, your tips, your vision, your values, and all the things you're bringing here to us, and I will bring with me at home. Thank you so much. Bye.
Wonderful. Our next winner is a visionary founder of BTB Venture, a multi-million-dollar startup revolutionizing customer acquisition strategies. As a distinguished marketing leader, he's earned over 18 awards, including recognition as Asia's top marketing leader. Please put together Harshal Patil. Congratulations.
Hello everyone. So this might be our, I think, technically 20th award. And fortunately, we also got listed in Forbes India this year. So we are on a mission to really simplify the overall sales processes for the, for complex businesses or even the SaaS products actually. I dedicate this award for all our teams sitting in India across 18 different locations. And also, I think this will lighten up and look forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you. Congrats. We got another recognition award to go to the CEO officer of Jane C. LLC, an executive management professional with 35 years experience in digital transformation, e-commerce, AI, business, and IT management. He's contributed to a success of many public and private companies and across different industries from banking, information technology, manufacturing, real estate. Wow, it's a retail and distribution. He is a visionary leader capable of formulating and executing business and IT objectives, strategies, and plans. For delivering business results, CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award goes to Jassim Parker. Mabruk, 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 what an achievement.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, it's truly honored to receive this award. And thank you, CX 2.0 Conference, for creating this platform where you celebrate excellence and you allow us to network with great minds from across the world who've gathered here tonight. For last 2 days, yesterday and today, we've been hearing some very good speeches, panel discussions, and sharing a lot of knowledge. I look forward to networking with most of you people here. In fact, yesterday I got the chance to meet about 3 to 4 people. I'm hoping today also I'll get another 3-4 business cards so that I can collaborate internationally with more companies. I dedicate this award to my family, definitely, but more than the family, it's the 50 million users who use my product across the Middle East. So I thank my customers, the 50 million users, for this particular award. Thank you very much.
Wow. 50 million users. Holy cow, is he touching a lot of people. This is what we're talking about. What a great way to recognize all of your hard work. Music, please. Our next winner is going to be a person with 37 years of experience. He's inspired transformational projects that empower individuals and communities. He's the founder of chairman and CEO of Barrett Enterprises, and his influence extends beyond his companies, inspiring growth and achievement in others. He's a sought-after corporate trainer, inspirational speaker, pastor, and possibility of thought leader and serial entrepreneur. He has the best shoes in this room. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Paul Barrett Sr.
Wow. I came into the world struggling as a preemie with the umbilical cord wrapped around my throat while my mother was at home by herself. My great aunt, who's a nurse, happened to come by, and I've been in a space of possibility from my birth. I'd like to thank my family. I'd like to thank my board of directors. I'd like to thank all the coaches that poured into me and mentored me. And I especially like to thank you, because now, by being here, I recognize it is possible to transform the world one person at a time. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Love it. Okay, our next Business Leadership Award goes to a business analyst at SDG Group who's an ambitious, curious, and open-minded young engineer, president of a non-profit organization that guides younger generations into the future and shapes their dreams. Keen to connect with different realities of business and technology, to bring together ideas and people and projects from all around the world, please welcome to the stage Rajith Pereira Jaya Surya Karanaj. Congrats. How'd I do in your name?
Rajit Pereira.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Give thanks to the world.
Hi everyone, I'm Rajit. First of all, thank you CXO for this opportunity. I'm very grateful, and I want to thank my family and all the people that contributed for me to stay here. And one thing, I'm not business man like all of you. I'm not an executive, but I recently discovered how impactful can be connected with other people, and I want to share this with the younger generations, which can be sometimes constrained by economical or social circumstances. And because I think that together we can actually make a difference in this world. Thank you.
Okay, no doubt we can make a difference. Here we are making a difference. All of us coming up here, coming together. So the next winner of our CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award goes to CEO and author of RebX3 Consulting. She's a doctor dedicated to helping others break free from limitations. Embrace change and live authentically fulfilled lives. With a PhD in business psychology and years of experience, she empowers individuals to unleash their true potential. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Reina Leon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Reina Lyons. I am from Dallas, Texas, originally from Chicago, Illinois. So when you made your Jordan thing yesterday, I knew where you're going. I first want to thank everybody, especially my team back home in Dallas, my family that could not be in Dubai with me because my child has traveled here to Dubai with me and put up with all of my pictures and craziness. Thank you, CXO, and thank you to my newfound panel.
Awesome. Feels great. They've successfully planned, developed, and delivered technical solutions that have enabled Fortune 500 companies and not-for-profit organizations to achieve research and analysis organization. They are responsible of securing and modernizing the company's IT infrastructure. Put your hands together. Rizwan John, come on up. Ooh. Oh. What a crowd. Perfect. You got quite a cheering group. How'd you get them?
Paid for them. Thank you, CXO, for this prestigious award. Last night, I was sitting in the hotel room with my wife, and she said, what am I going to say? So I ran this by her, and I said, I thank no one else for this award but myself. And she looked at me, she's like, you idiot. So that's her motivational speech for me to go back to the drawing board, and I did. And I'm a firm believer of, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. And I've been very, very humble and blessed to have surrounded myself with people that are smarter than me. These guys have pushed my growth mindset, and this is a reflection of why I'm up here, is because they have raised me to be here, and it's an unbelievable feeling. So thank you to my crew over there that came over here from Washington, D.C., my beautiful wife, and thank you to my parents for this recognition. Thank you.
Congrats. Wonderful. It's ready for cheerleaders over there from the USA, no doubt. Our next winner and recipient of this award is a consultant in beauty and wellness, and she is a spa manager in a wonderful 5-star luxury resort and a professor in one of the best academies in Italy to train people who will work in business. Now, her core is to extend the holistic concept of wellness in this business to let the guest have an experience of a lifetime. She's also collaborating with Outer Outlets, and she believes luxury is the highest level of hospitality a guest can live, and that's why she connects to it. Put your hands together, CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award to Sarah Kalia.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone and to all the wonderful people are working with, and to all the people that believed that the concept of wellness is extended and is not only the concept closed into the walls. So I'm so happy that everything is developing and something else that where you can move on and to understand that the wellness concept we can take daily, day by day. And I heard also wonderful people talking about something special in life, so happy about. And thank you for everyone, because I think we are developing wonderful projects all over the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Our next winner is a student at the University of Manchester who embraces relationships with his peers across professions and geographies. So he is an extensive contact list of propensity of corridor conversation. His leadership dogma is the power of interrelation in a landscape of collaborative business building.
So hello everyone, my name is Sarthak Saraugi, a student at the University of Manchester and an entrepreneur in the fashion, textile and garments industry from India. I would love to thank everyone who has helped me shape me to become who I am. My biggest gratitude goes towards my mother, father, brother and grandparents who've always pushed me to become a better person. I would also love to thank and take this opportunity to show my appreciation to all my friends and mentors from India, the UK and across the world. It has been great to hear from all amazing and successful entrepreneurs and business leaders here, and it's also inspiring to see your success stories and your upliftment from your failures. It truly inspires me. I look forward to meeting everyone in this room in the upcoming days of the conference and exploring synergies and business opportunities together. Great to see you all. Thank you.
Congrats. The youth of today is getting really advanced really quick. It's like they're moving faster than the technology, probably because of the technology, right? Our next winner for this award, it has 36 years of experience. He's demonstrated excellence in consumer, private, and public sectors, domestically and internationally, and began his career in financial services management, which evolved into hardware, software, telecommunications, DaaS, ES, and cybersecurity solutions. Put your hands together for Sean Cooper. Congratulations, Sean. We have another Excellence Award that goes to a supply chain professional with over 28 years of expertise in leading integrated construction, infrastructure development, and management in India. He currently heads a team of 30 as the head of supply chain management. Let's put your hands together to Sumendu Kumar. He has a speech. We got to give him a moment to get that speech.
Should not miss anyone, you know.
You cannot miss anything.
Yeah.
You know what your wife would do if you missed her.
Yeah. So, very warm afternoon and namaste to all my brothers and sisters here. Assalamu alaikum, Dubai. Thank you, CXO Conference Management. Thank you, Madam, to invite me and for having me here. I am truly humbled for this recognition. I would also like to thank my seniors, my team, my ex and present organization too. Thanks is not enough for my parents, my wife, my son. Because of their sacrifice, today I am here. In last 1.5 days, I had so many rich life experience here, and which I already believe in my life, like empathy, heart-to-heart communication, listen to everyone. We have already witnessed many changes happen in terms of technology, like paper to computer, mobile, Wi-Fi, AI, and whatnot. Earlier, which used to take 10 years to bring new technology, now probably it is happening within a year time. So everything is changing very fast, and I always kept my cup empty to learn new things. My Guru, Sri Ravi Shankar ji, said that if you have purity in heart, clarity in mind, and sincerity in action, you can achieve anything in life. And I do believe from my heart, and I follow. Thank you, and thank you for beautiful energy here. Good day.
The next award recipient is the CEO of Feed Scarborough, has an extensive career in private and public sector businesses, operations, and the city of Toronto, nationally and internationally. His contributions have led to the development and support of numerous social planning programs, business ventures, and successful community initiatives. Currently, he's the chair of a board of directors of Food Share Toronto, Canada's largest food security and food justice organization. Put your hands together for CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, Saman Roy. Congrats.
Mic's working? Yep. First of all, thank you CX 2.0 for CXO for giving me this award and recognizing the work. I'm from Toronto. In the beginning of pandemic, literally started a food security organization right in my backyard, and now we serve around 8,500 people with access to food on a weekly basis. And this has grown certainly for many different reasons. But to thank, I would first of all thank my family for letting me out of the house as much time as I do, and still have the house and not burn it down. So that's a great thing. But also our staff who's working and our volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers every week who help the cause. And the community members and our board members who donate their time and money to make sure the organization thrives. And now we are taking it global. And we are working closely with the United Nations to have zero hunger by 2030. So thank you, CXO 2.0, for the recognition.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. Just thinking about food. Well, we got a couple more winners to recognize. Our next winner is the founder of BSB Life Academy, bringing 34 years of military leadership and 20 years in business to empower corporate leaders. Incredible. And teams. So recently awarding the Certified Speaking Professional and designated by the Virtual Speakers Association International. He's a global speaker, author of 6 self-help books, including $1 Million Second, endorsed by Brian Tracy. Put your hands together to Sushil Brazin. I just realized you're Brigadier as well. Congrats. Wow.
Thank you, CXO 2. Thank you for this wonderful recognition. As I stand here deeply honored and humbled to receive this award, I realize that I could have never done it alone. It started right from the support that I got from my family, my parents basically, and then my wife and two children who've really sacrificed themselves for letting me go forward. I wish to also thank my team, without which I wouldn't be standing here. And of course, lots and lots of my clients who are the inspiration which make me work and improve every day. And lastly, my peers, my friends, particularly from the PSAI, Professional Speakers Association of India, who encourage you, push you, and make you do things. So I'm thankful to all of them. And as I do that, I remember that leadership is not about accolades. I'm reminded that it has a responsibility to empower, to inspire, to uplift others. And with that, I'm committed to continue with this journey, because this is not an end, it's just a milestone, not an end of the journey. I wish to continue contributing and doing my best to make a difference in millions of lives. Thank you so much, and I'm honored again.
Congrats. Okay, you're welcome. Well done. Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award at the CXO 2.0 conference is the CEO of Four Thoughts Finance and is a financial maverick with over 2 decades of experience in financial planning, wealth management, and investment banking space. After a high-flying career in banking, she set up Four Thoughts Finance and quickly carved a niche for herself. Please put your hands together to Swati Saxena. Congrats, Swati. Our next Leadership Excellence Award goes to a strategic and result-oriented HR director with 15 years of experience dedicated to aligning HR initiatives with business objectives and impact outcomes. Their expertise spans strategic HR, performance management system, KPI frameworks, corporate training, and talent acquisition. Please put your hands together for Tagathal Singha.
Yeah, hi. Myself, Tathagat Sana. I have near about 15 years of experience, and within that 10 years in GCC. It's a very normal thing that this is that CXO 2.0. Thanks CXO 2.0, and it's dedicated to my wife, because she was there when I was just an MBA graduate and zero almost, maybe point something, and now I am here. And by the same time, since last 13 years, she is with me, and this is for my wife, Priyanka Sinha. And I'm thankful to my all ex-colleagues, my present colleagues, my ex-bosses, CEOs of, Trucker Gaurav, then CEO of A to Z, Mr. Anthony, MD Mr. Paul, my colleagues, Sayan and others. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, CXO. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Congrats. Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to the president and CEO who leads Fig Tree Companies, spearheading sustainability and community-driven real estate development in the Philippines. With over 15 years of experience, he has pioneered projects emphasizing eco-consciousness and community engagement and sustainable living. Please put your hands together. Franco Pendagosa.
Thank you so much. This is very humble experience from me. My company came from Philippines, and we started it in 2018, and we work on a smart, sustainable, and resilient development. To God be the glory. Thank you.
Our next award winner and visionary goes to a founder and CEO of the Shine Institute. With over 20 years of HR experience, she's notable achieving things like Forbes HR Council and grooming emerging leaders as she celebrated a client winning the most admired CEO in Minneapolis, St. Paul in 2023. And most recently, she will be included in the 125th publication of the Marquis Who's Who in America, July 2025. Put your hands together for the Conference Visionary Award for CXO 2.0, Tish Hodge.
To the Lord Most High. All praise to the one who saved my life. All praise to Jesus Christ, High King of heaven, my King forever. I would not be here today if it wasn't for God who saved my life. I am a product of teenagers. My mother was 17. My dad was 19. I should be a statistic. I should not be here today. But I praise God for thinking of me. He told me, I said, God, what's my purpose? He told me Matthew 5:16. He created me to shine. And that's the name of my company, the Shine Institute. So I praise him, the CEO of the universe. I had to acknowledge him first. I want to thank my parents for bringing me forth. I want to thank my step-grandma who took care of me from 5 months. I was raised in a beautiful Christian home, and I'm forever grateful for it. Thanks you to CXO 2.0 for calling me for our interviews back in March. I'm grateful. I also want to shout out Howard University, my alma mater. I want to shout out all of my mentors, to include Chris Hart. If you don't know Chris Hart, check him out on YouTube. He's teaching me the 3 ways to increase money, to include insurance, and my team at PHP, Integrity Marketing Group. I want to, let's see here. I want to challenge you as global CEOs to not think about you, I want you to think about the world, giving a hand up. And so I am going to leave with the words of MLK. A lot has been said about America. I was pinching Mr. Barrett next to me. You know, we have lots of change in the US of A, but again, I'm going to end with the words of MLK, which says, I have decided to stick with love because hate is too great a burden. I challenge you leaders, not only about profits, not only about your bottom line, but how are you contributing to this world? Thank you so much and have a great conference.
Congrats, Tish. We got another winner. We got more winners in this room. I want to sing after her. Lungs sounded so good. May not sound as good as her. But random fact, I sang with Alicia Keys for 4 years in high school in New York City. Wow, that's a random fact you didn't know. So everyone has a little hidden secret of a random fact. I want to hear it coming out for the next day and a half. We got another great leader I'd love to acknowledge. For the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, he is an established business leader with over 25 years of expertise in sales, marketing, translation, localization. He's a chief growth officer and partner of 360 Smart Lingo. A lot of CEOs in the room, partners, and he has touched the language services industry by championing inclusivity, empathy, and authenticity. He's an internationally recognized keynote speaker and visionary. He's celebrated for his emotional intelligence, mentorship, and innovation growth strategies. Put your hands together for Brian Montpetit.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you to CXO, obviously. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And thank you to my business partners, Reem and Ahmed, and everyone at 360 Smart Lingo for putting up with my wackiness every day. They encourage me and they keep me going, so it's fantastic. Also, want to remind everybody and encourage everybody here to speak to each other because the intellect in this room is astonishing. So please network, talk to everybody. And again, thank you so much.
Congrats. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So that's the recognition awards we have for the first half of the day 2. Honestly, we have a couple more people I'd like to invite up before we do a group shot. So let's invite some of the bronze sponsors that weren't here when we gave some spectacular certificates of appreciation. I believe we have Michael Van Dyke, CEO and co-founder of All Your BI. Come on up to the stage. We want to thank you so much for your support at our amazing event. Isn't this an incredible event? We're having such a good time, and we wouldn't be here without your support. So thank you, Michael.
Well, thanks. It's an honor to be here, and it's great to have the opportunity to be a sponsor and help a little bit on making this event happen. And it's great to meet every one of you and have interesting conversations, share experience, thoughts, and ultimately grow as an individual as well. So thanks a lot.
Don't go too far. We got one more sponsor we'd love to show appreciation for. He's the CEO of Theosim Corp. If you didn't see anything about AI, you got to meet this guy. Dr. Sam Samane, come on up to the stage. See here, Dr. Sam? All right, we'll get him back up here because I want to have his appreciation for sure. I'm going to invite everybody who just received an award and our sponsors with their certifications. Come on up to the stage. I need one big master photo shoot. Remember, if there was no photo, it never happened. So we're here to take those pictures for you. We want to make sure you get them over email, WhatsApp, or text message. You've been incredible. Thank you, Yossi, for joining us. Really nice to have you. CEO of Buddy Healthcare. Can't wait to hear more about that. But you can jump in the picture too if you don't mind. Why not? We'll tag you. Make sure you get in there, all these leaders of tomorrow. You're a leader in healthcare. We bring you up on stage, everybody. Try to squeeze together. Squeeze. Oh boy, oh boy. It's okay? Great. How we doing? Are you ready? Is everyone, oh, watch those awards. Look, they're pretty durable. Get in there. I want to make sure everyone's in there. Squeeze together. Squeeze together. Photographer, help us out. Yeah, we're going to go and turn to the right. Everyone on this side, we're going to turn to the right, kind of squeeze in a little bit more. Or left, the other way. All right, squeeze in like you did when you were in high school. Everyone had to get in there. Yep, come on to the end, girl. Yeah, I don't want you hidden. Get in here. You're like between these guys. We're going to squeeze him in for a second. Hold on. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Or get in her, wherever you want to go. Oh boy, third time's a charm. I'm going to say, is everyone ready? Hold on. Oh yeah. We're going to say 1, 2, 3. CXO, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Did you get your shot? Did you get your shot? Not yet? One more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Leaders of Tomorrow right here on the CXO 2.0 stage, streaming live on YouTube, sharing our insights with the world. So please do share, make sure you tag, and don't forget to keep this conversation going. We got another day and a half of fabulous insight from experts from all over the world. Wait, they say. Wait, don't go anywhere. I know you're getting hungry. We're rolling over time, and I'm going to ask everyone to come back. We're coming back soon. An hour, we get a half an hour to eat. So if you're ready to start half a day, day 2, you got to eat a little fast. We got more great content to come, and we don't want to miss anyone. So get your munchin'. Don't talk too long. We end the day with another networking session that is spectacular. How are you doing? Thank you. I love it. Everyone in this room just gives accolades and grace of just appreciation, which is incredible. If you love this event so much, I invite you to speak to Jatin, who's at the front reception area. He's taken orders for the next show in Vegas. I know all you guys spent 16 hours minimum in transit to get over here, but maybe down the street in Las Vegas might be the best way to meet some incredible other humans on the planet. We do get a lot of people from all over the world that come on over to have fun, and we want to make sure that you're involved. So it's such a great time to get involved, to connect at these fabulous events, and basically I'd love to have you at our next one. So connect, use a hashtag, and please join me at the next event. I'll see you at 1:30 to start the second half of day 2, and I look forward to seeing you then. Bon appetit. Thank you. Thank you for being a great audience, guys. Hello and welcome back. Day 2 at CXO 2.0 conference. It's nice to see you guys networking. You know, the day 1, we try to help you network a little bit. By day 2, we can't get you to stop networking. It's such a great transition for these events, and I encourage you guys to continue. It's a great, great, great result of coming together as humans, making human connection in the most powerful way. Did you guys have a great lunch? Anyone try those lemon little tarts? They were delicious. Didn't they have nice dessert? They had a beautiful, beautiful setup. Really, Intercontinental does a fabulous job. And we are so blessed to be here. This is where the CXO 2.0 conference is happening. As I mentioned, we're streaming live on YouTube, so you could watch this event if you decide to leave the room. Yeah, come back and you say, oh my God, I missed an amazing presenter. Jump on YouTube and make sure you see it because you could watch it at any time. As I mentioned, anyone see the QR codes for the pictures? Did it? Cool. Awesome. Great. Now, there's clearly a lot of people that come up on this stage, and I know we don't put everyone's name on stage. However, you should be able to find them in the catalog that you got when you came in from the registration. So keep that in mind. You can find their name and connect with them if you don't see them in the room. I just want to say thank you for coming and welcome back. The break, I hope, has given you a chance to catch your breath because the next sessions are truly unmissable. Now, my name is Rachel Muleman, and I'm going to keep you going for the second half of day 2. And as we're getting ready to dive into the future with a fireside chat to start the day, or second half of the day, by 2040, the global population will surpass 9 billion. 9 billion people. That's a significant increase in urbanization, nearly 70% of people living in cities. Now, if you don't see the traffic in Dubai or New York City or any of these big cities in the world, it's gotten pretty congested. So imagine, as we continue to populate the planet, what's going to happen. So aging populations in developing nations and youth bulges in others will redefine workforce and customer dynamics. So get ready as we dive into our fireside chat. It's about global mega trends that will define our future by 2040. So fast forward to 2040 with me, and we'll see what the future holds. So please, as we shake up industries, redefine economies, and reshape societies, let's welcome to the stage this session. It's my pleasure to introduce Deepak Kedia, the Chief Financial Officer of Markets and Markets Trademark Research Private Limited, and Sarwat Singh, President and Chief Commercial Officer of Markets and Markets as well. They're here to guide us. So put your hands together and let's welcome them on stage. Guys, microphone. We have microphones coming. They're going to take the stage. How are you feeling today? Had a nice lunch? Great. So give me a second. We're going to have this. And here's this.
I think the feeling is quite common across all of us, right? I mean, after lunch, we might be better off in the room taking a power nap. But fortunately, we are here. And we are here to talk about what she said about mega trends. The good thing is, in the next half an hour, we are going to talk about something which is going to impact each one of you in the room for the decade and a half to come. We have already seen a glimpse of the future in last 1.5 days based on the various sessions we have had, like AI and so many other stuff which we spoke about. We are going to take few steps further, and we are going to talk about some really, really cool and interesting stuff. And we have got some really cool slides to kind of show you, which will tell you like the future is going to look very different from what it is today. So please keep yourself awake. And now with that, can I have everybody raise their hand and say good afternoon to me? Oh, we are sleeping. Come on. Time to wake up. Good afternoon. No, that's it. That's like it. Thank you so much. So I'm going to introduce my friend and colleague, Sarwan Singh, over here. By the way, I am Deepak Kedia, Chief Financial Officer. Sarwan Singh is our President and Chief Commercial Officer. He also leads the practice for Mega Trend. He has got over 30 years of experience talking about the same topic across the world. So he's going to talk some really cool and interesting stuff. So over to you, Sarvant.
Thank you, Deepak. A very good afternoon to you all. I hope you're ready to learn more about the future. If we can beam the presentation up, please, on the screen. So let me talk a little bit about what are the future trends that will define our future world. Let me start by showing you the 12 mega trends that we track. So a little bit about markets and markets. We are a global market intelligence and consulting advisory firm. And one of the practices that I lead is our foresighting group. It's a think tank group. So this research has been put by that think tank group. So these are the 12 megatrends we track. As you can see, they're a mix of technology, economic, social, as well as very industry-specific trends. I will not go into detail on each of them, but we'll try and cover most of them. And this is the M&M trend wheel, as we call it. We break them by horizon. So horizon 1, which is the inner wheel here, are trends and sub-trends and enablers of those trends, which are in the spectrum of 0 to 3 years. Horizon 2 is 3 to 6, and Horizon 3 are 6 years and above. Now you'll see the outer ring, which shows Horizon 3, is not very busy as the other parts of the ring are. But if you look at some of these trends like quantum computing, or even some really disappointing ones, perhaps end of growth, it does show you that the future is going to be a lot more disruptive than what we have seen in the past.
Sarvan, just one thing on the previous slide. Now, definitely I'm getting old with my eyes. My friends are not. Can you just call out a couple of things, because that slide was so busy, I don't think anybody can read on the slide.
Yeah. So I'll deep dive into some of those in the subsequent presentations. But I think you will see here, and again, if you look at some of the, maybe I'll just zoom in on some of those which ones are perhaps highly disruptive. I mentioned quantum computing. Another one is hypersonic speeds. You could travel in the future, and when I'm talking future, this is maybe 20, 30 years from today. You could travel from Dubai to New York in 4 years. And the technology being used is the similar technology that Putin is testing in Ukraine with hypersonic missiles. Some of those hypersonic techniques can be used in commercial aviation. Interestingly, there's a company called Destinus trying that, and they're using liquid hydrogen.
So we can go for dinner in New York and come back on the same day.
We could try that, yes, very much in the future. So one of the things when we do our trend work is we look at trends, and we believe these trends don't work in isolation. They work very much together. And we believe when these trends come together, they generate what we call mega themes of the future. So you see at the bottom of the slide some of the mega themes that we look at. And in a recent piece of work that we have done, we have defined these 10 mega themes of the future, which we believe are trillion-dollar mega themes, including themes like hyperconnected world, AI revolution, and so on. So in the remaining part of my presentation, I'll go into detail on some of these themes. Now, there's a method to the madness that we do in our work here in M&M. We call it macro to micro. So what does that mean? Is you look at the mega trend, you go through a process of what is enabling that mega trend, what are the sub-trends generating from that mega trend, and then what are the implications. And the way these mega trends work, they have implications across all sectors. So what I'll try to do in my presentation now, and you'll see that, Deepak, is we'll try and bring out some examples of the industry on where these macro to micro applies. So let me start by the first mega theme, which is hyperconnected world. If you think you are highly connected, you'll be very disillusioned, because the level of connectivity we'll have in the future will be much more than what we have today. Being disconnected will become a luxury. So we'll be connected very much in closed spaces, and we will have broadband 7 and 8 and potentially Li-Fi in the future. Now, I'm not an expert on some of these technologies, but Li-Fi literally means that light emitting diodes or bulbs will emit broadband at lighting speed. And as much as we'll have connectivity in buildings, we'll also have a lot more connectivity outside. So you may remember this is the roadmap of cellular technology. We sit in 5G today. If you remember, and if you're as old as me, you will remember those 2G phones. If you carried one of those phones, you did not need to go to the gym, because you were literally carrying a brick, burning 3,000 calories. And we, just like 2G bought cellular, 3G bought data, 4G bought video. We move along from 5G to 6G. And I was in Tokyo about 3 weeks back, and I met with Sony. I went to their R&D center, and they said they are betting big time on 6G. And they will start bringing 6G in next year, but the potential real applications will be 28. And again, So what will 6G do? So just like with 5G, you see those isolated solutions, like 6G will bring what we call connected living solutions. And just as we will have connectivity outside, we'll also have connectivity from space. This is quite an interesting picture. Shows you the amount of space debris we have up there. In this decade, we launched something like 20,000 satellites. In the last decade, we launched 2,000 satellites. The big difference being is till a few years back, about till 2016, 2017, we only had the American GPS system. Now we have GLONASS in Russia, we have Galileo in Europe, we have Beidou in China, India, UAE, Saudi, most countries are developing their own GPS solutions. So what will we see in the future? Well, we could see 5G speeds coming from satellite connectivity, and we'll have a lot more precise location-based services. And that is when I say we start moving towards what I call a connected living solution. And in future, you could have these spaceports. So Deepak, if you're looking for a holiday and you've got about $250,000, you could go on to one of these spaceports.
No, I was about to say, if I wanted to get disconnected, perhaps space is the place to go right now, because even that looks pretty jammed. So
that looks
we don't
very
have a choice of
connected.
getting disconnected.
Yeah.
Right?
I come from the UK, and we are building, there are identified 7 sites. 3 of them are in Scotland. And interestingly, I asked a colleague of mine, I said, why are all these sites in Scotland? And he's Scottish, and he said it's because Scotland is closer to heaven than down in England. So what I was saying is we are heading towards what we call a connected living solution. So we'll be connected at a personal level, at a community level, and at a city level. And if I just take that example of macro to micro I talked about, you will see, for example, in the future, car becoming an element of a connected living solution. My team does a lot of work in mobility, and we have identified that when you go from A to B, you can have roughly about 12 to 13 en route mobility services. All of these en route mobility services will be connected. Xiaomi, which is a Chinese phone maker, has launched a car. Through your vehicle, you can control your washing machine, your dishwasher, you can control a lot of appliances within the house. And in future, with electric vehicles, we'll also have things like vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to home grid services, all of those becoming very much an element of a connected living solution. And the interesting thing is car companies today struggle to generate revenue from connected services, but we believe they can on average generate $1,600 per vehicle as a result of this. Moving on, I'll talk about the next mega theme. We call it AI revolution, and I know the speaker after me has got a great presentation coming on it. So if I just define AI, and I won't go into detail, I believe that we have moved on from narrow AI to what we call general AI. Super AI, I believe, is still maybe 15, 20 years away, and that's because today AI is only able to do less than 1 or 2% of what our brain can do, and our brain is what we call super AI. But if you look at the 6 key domains of AI, the top 3 is where the most focus of development is today. So that's around natural language processing, machine learning, and computer vision. Now, we all know generative AI was a key thing of last year. And if you ask us, we believe what we've seen with generative AI is just a start. We have seen things like texting and coding, but if you look at the roadmap of generative AI, we very much see focus future on images, on 3D, video gaming, and so on. And if you look at the use cases of generative AI, this is a busy slide. At the moment we see there are very minor productivity gains, like my son cheats on his homework by using generative AI. But as we go along, we'll see large efficiency improvements. We were doing some work for a Saudi company. You may remember this, Deepak. And they found it very tough to generate use cases and a business case. But in a particular case, they were able to use generative AI, data from sensors, instead of traditional AI into generative AI. And they were able to generate 1 to 2 barrels of oil a day more. You multiply by that 365, that's still significant. They were seeing 1 to 2% efficiency improvement.
Just to add to what Sarvant is saying, one of the key trends which I have seen, Sarvant, is the way we used to do work, be it any domain, be it sales, marketing, finance, HR, 5 years back, and the way we are doing it today, and the way we are going to do 3 years down the line, because of AI, is going to change significantly. I don't believe the skills which are relevant today in many of the functions will be relevant 3 years to 4 years down the line. So irrespective of generative AI or super AI, things are going to change very, very significantly in the next couple of years.
You're absolutely spot on, Deepak, and you're a CFO, and somebody told me that the CFO job will be very different in the future.
Absolutely.
Or maybe not.
I'm already starting to look at different job,
So now let me start doing a little bit of macro to micro. So one of the implications of this hyper-connected world and this shift towards general AI is the growth of data centers. We all know the largest company today in terms of valuation is NVIDIA. Now, if you look at the data centers, we expect a capacity of 9.5 times more than it is today. We'll see a lot more localization. And most interestingly, data centers consume today 1.5% of total world's energy needs. This is expected to grow to 3%. And I'll talk about, just keep that in mind, the energy need, and I'll come to that in a little while. What we also see is in future the development of what we call from bots to agents. There's a very interesting article by Bill Gates, worth reading. In future, if you and I are grabbing a coffee, we will have our agents, which will rummage through all our apps, find a suitable place for us based on our taste, our location, and if one of us is running late, we'll tell the other. So all of us will have these digital assistants. But instead of having single agents, you will even have multi-agents. We're also seeing the first generation of applications of these multi-agents. For example, we've been doing some work for a Saudi company, and they're using it for ERP system. Now, I don't know if any of you have done work on SAP integration. It's an absolute nightmare. I've been involved in it. In future, these multi-agents will project manage and program manage for you a full suite of services. So again, I think absolutely, Deepak, you're right. In future, some of our jobs will be taken over by these AI machines.
And there is an opportunity in every crisis, right? And that's exactly what happened in Y2K time as well. When computer came in, people thought the jobs will go away, but on the contrary, it created more jobs. And I think that's what's going to happen. From labor-based job, we are going to move towards value-based job. And that's where I think someone mentioned that AI is still using only 1% of our brain. The remaining 99% is up to us how we want to use it, whether we want to scroll Instagram or whether we want to do something useful. Right.
Exactly, or 4-day weeks in the future. So if you look at where we're heading in the future of computing, we are going to see some new forms of computing. And in particular, I want to talk about quantum computing. I was at a conference in Germany about 2 months back, and it was very focused on quantum computing. And I thought quantum computing is maybe 10 or more years away. They sort of convinced me. We are talking about quantum computing, our first generation commercial applications coming in about 4 to 5 years from today. And the use cases you will see will be more around those 4 things there, around optimization of supply chain, around chemistry simulation, increasing efficiency through machine learning. But the most worrying one is really around the decryption and encryption, so cryptography. And that's where most of these rogue nations and the defense spending is going today. But remember, I talked about energy need. And I want you to focus on that little machine there. You see the little futuristic looking machine. That's actually Quantum 1. It's a machine by IBM. That Quantum 1 has a small, this size of a chip in there. But you see everything, the whole paraphernalia around it. And that's because it's trying to cool down that chip. So we talk about data centers increasing the need for energy, but you can also see that as we go to quantum computing and others, the world's energy needs will only increase. Now, people argue quantum computing one quantum machine can do the job of 100 computers, but with the amount of energy, computing power that we need in the future, this will only go up. So, so when we talk about energy transition, especially the impact of connectivity on energy transition, I think will be very profound in the future. We all read how these hyperscalers, for example, are buying in or putting in solar technology to cool these data centers in the future. So I think that's what we will continue to see in the future.
So I'll just add one more point to point which Sarwan said, that quantum computing timeline is squeezed. In fact, I was reading a report very recently, and this report was from McKinsey. Apparently, when they came out with the TAM for AI and generative AI, they said certain number is going to get achieved by 2060. They published a revised report within 6 months, and the timeline was squeezed from 2060 to 2035. So that's the kind of progress, and that's the way the timelines are getting squeezed. In fact, one more point and Sarwan has this habit of scaring off people as well, and I'm going to scare more now. So we believe that $27 trillion of existing revenue is going to get replaced by new sources of revenue in the next decade to come. And that is because of the timelines getting squeezed because of all this new technology and mega trend we are talking about, right? I'll give it to Sarwan again to scare you off, but that's the very substantial
I'm just telling
fact.
the reality is, Deepak, not scaring anyone. Anyways, let's move to the next theme. We believe we are entering what we call an autonomous world. We believe anything that moves, has hands, wheels, legs, feet, or arms, will completely become autonomous in the future. There is actually no one global definition of autonomy except in cars, which is the SAE definition, which means basically level 2 is where you can take your hands off. Some of the cars today have level 2. Level 3 is a little bit conditional. You can literally even take your eyes off. And level 4 is where you can have a large part of your journey, including lane change, stoppage, everything, autonomous operation. So when you saw Musk talk about, he was talking most likely around level 3, level 4. Level 5 is when you can go from Dubai to Abu Dhabi, you can sleep in your car or watch Netflix, and there is no steering wheel or braking system in that vehicle. If you ask me honestly, I don't think that'll happen, at least not for the next 10 or 15 years. Where we are today is around level 3, level 4. But if you see the level of autonomy in cars, we are going from hands off, eyes off, mind off, to brain off, meaning that in future drink driving could be legal.
How is it going to work in India where people come wrong way?
It will be very safe. Already ADAS features can minimize or completely eliminate accidents. And even in countries like India, absolutely crucial for that. So we have identified, just like Deepak mentioned, we have identified a 10 trillion opportunity in an autonomous world. 6 trillion of that comes in very much from mobility, and 4 trillion is from sensing, perception technologies, and others. And just talking about the technology roadmap. Now, very interesting, when you develop a tech stack, typical tech stacks are very vertical. So if I take a tech stack of an electric vehicle, you got the mechanical, hydraulic architecture, you got the electric architecture, the electronic architecture, and then you got the digital compute architecture. But when you're talking about autonomous world, just to give you an idea, level 3, level 4 autonomous vehicle generates something like 4,000 gigabytes of data. You are marrying a physical world with a digital world, a chain of players playing in this market. And therefore, if you also look at a level 3, you can see the different level 4 vehicles here. Level 3 today, there's a Mercedes level 3. It has 30 sensors in it. It has LiDAR, radar, laser, you name it, and a very high compute platform. So the importance of this tech stack becomes a lot more important. What we'll also see is, and I think Dubai might be one of the first places to actually commercialize these eVTOLs. As a matter of fact, FDA has now started the approval process. The legislation has come out, and we expect to see first generation of these eVTOLs approved by FDA around end of next year, 26, maybe delayed. So, if you're looking for a short journey from here to the airport, very much it could be in VTOLs in the future. And what we'll also do is eVTOL will also provide a big infrastructure boost. So this is how our airspace could look like in the future. We could have drones under 500 feet, eVTOLs then, helicopters up to 30,000, 30,000 and above, you got planes. And like I mentioned in the beginning, you could even have hypersonic jets in the future taking you from here to New York in 4 hours. And this could be the future of Formula One. I actually know the guy who set this up. As very much as I like Formula One, I do like to see some accidents. It's not just about the machine, it's also about the human. And of course, we used to joke now, but not true anymore. The British driver is the best driver. I write for Forbes. You can follow me on Forbes. And I actually once did an interview with the technical director of Mercedes Formula E team. And I asked him a question. I said, is this a sport or is it a game? He was taken back a bit. And then he responded a few minutes back, a few seconds or half a minute back. And he said, Sarwan, you're right. I see it as a sport, but my son sees it as a game. So it's very interesting how this trends, how technology is even blurring lines between different industries. Now you must be very worried about me talking about all these tech trends and saying, oh, what's going to happen to my hydraulic mechanical system that I produce? So I've got a little short video for you to enjoy. Could you click the video, please? There's no volume. Huh?
Emma. 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 Emma.
So paper has a great future. Would you agree with that, Deepak?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So don't get too worried. All our industries will still sustain and grow in the future. Let me talk about our next trend, which we talk about energy transition. So if you had to ask me to summarize the future of energy, I would say it's very much decarbonized, it's decentralized, it's digital, and there'll be democratization of energy. What does that mean? For example, if you're in Saudi Arabia or in UAE, you have abundance of fossil fuels, you have a lot more solar power, so you might be generating blue or green sustainable hydrogen in the futures. And it is possible, one of the scenarios my team came up with is that it's possible in 2060, 2070, energy might be free. So what do you do with that? Then the business case, for example, for hydrogen becomes very much possible. This is a dangerous slide to show in this part of the world. What it shows is that we will hit peak oil. In M&M, we believe around 2032. The OPEC believes peak oil will be around 116 million barrels a day. We believe it will be around 106 to 107 million barrels a day. And since after that, it'll start declining. We also see huge growth in renewables, especially solar and wind. And in particular, if you look at this slide, it'll be the growth will come from markets like India. We also see a potential for hydrogen, although not so much in the next 5 years, but beyond that. And in particular, in this part of the region, we'll see high growth in hydrogen. And within hydrogen, what we see is you will not have hydrogen being transported from Australia to Rotterdam, because the cost of transporting hydrogen is as much as generating it. So you will see micro hydrogen economies. So airports, ports, all of them will generate and consume hydrogen on site. Moving on to my next one, it's around future of mobility. We believe we'll sell 100 million cars. This is sometime before this decade. There'll be 2 billion cars on the road. And we will similarly see a peak ICE, and this we believe is around 2036. We'll see the growth of electric and hybrids in the near future quite a lot. And if you ask me to summarize what that 4 scenarios of mobility look like, you could break them into 4 clusters. I think we'll see multiple powertrains being used. We will see car becoming very much a part of an IoT platform, just as we have Android and iOS. We will see singularity in mobility, where we will see some autonomy level 4 come in post-2030. And then post-2050, that I talked about hypersonic, speeds, flying drones, eVTOLs, they will define the future of mobility. I believe there are a lot of healthcare companies here, so I definitely want to spend a bit of time on this. We believe, if you ask me in my research, what is the mega trend of the future, I would say that is healthcare. And that's because we are living longer. Some person who will live up to 150 is already born. 1 in 5 of us in this room will cross 100. And as we live longer, we have a lot more chronic diseases. So what we will see, and as you can see here, we also see a world where America is spending 20% of their GDP on healthcare. In some other countries, it's 3 to 4%. Globally, we expect GDP spending on healthcare to be 10.3%. That's roughly about a $10 trillion industry. And if you ask me to summarize future of healthcare, I think it's very much going to be around efficiency improvement. It's around find it. It's about prevention as opposed to find it and cure it. And therefore, there will be a shift from health to more wellness and well-being. And we define wellness and well-being really around that body, mind, and soul. And that will become absolutely critical. Quantifying the patient, healthcare 5.0, where data, AI, digital, and man-machine model work very much hand-in-hand together. A little bit about some of the social trends. We feel we are now living in a very heterogeneous world. We are very divided by age, by gender, by sex, by religion, by political views. We have Brexit, we have Trump. So we are a much more heterogeneous society. And therefore, I think it's very important for companies like yourself to be able to personalize and customize your products and services very much to this heterogeneous world in the future. And we also see, the good news is, I talked about this trend of end of growth that might be more applicable to the developed world like Europe. But we are also seeing a huge growing middle class. Now the definition of middle class is very different from a middle class in US versus a middle class, for example, in India or Africa. But as you can see here, in this part of the world, Africa, Asia, this middle class will continue to drive the economy of the future. This is my last trend. It's one of my favorites. Actually, it's going to be my next book, which will be launched next year. It's called Innovating to Zero. So how do we develop a vision? It's more a vision than a trend. Is how do we have a vision of a zero world? For example, zero malnutrition, zero diseases, zero obesity, zero deaths, zero accidents, zero malaria. And we work a lot with companies in developing that zero vision. For example, Nissan came up with the first zero-emission vehicle. Volvo has a mantra there'll be zero fatalities in their cars, and they haven't had a single death in the last 2 years because they packed the vehicles with active passive safety technologies and ADAS solutions. So what is your zero vision? And that's an important one to think of. And how do you position that zero vision in the future world? So coming to my conclusion, when we have found major discoveries, we found molecules that gave rise to industrial revolution. We found electrons that gave rise to electrical revolution, which is still going on. Then we found black gold, and that defined mobility. And mobility was a big megatrend because that shifted us to a more urbanized and the suburbanization of the world. We found waves. Now we sit in AI. Our experience tells us that all of these things over time become a commodity. I believe AI is becoming a commodity. And all industries of the future could become a commodity. With an autonomous car in the future, you don't need to own it. So mobility could become a commodity. The media industry is already a commodity. Netflix, Facebook, everybody is generating media. With that, I end my presentation. Just very quickly, we support our clients with a number of things. We help them identify future technologies, trends, help with the macro to micro process. And this is the typical 10-point growth framework that we employ in supporting our clients to achieve that external growth. And we also provide a lot of marketing, white paper, thought leadership kind of things. If you're interested, let us know. And if you have problems sleeping, I recommend you to read my book, but I tell you it's a bit old now. It was published in 2012. I write for the Forbes, so please feel free to follow me. And with that, over to you, Deepak.
A great presentation, Sarvant. I think we covered really some interesting topics. One of the things which I kind of mentioned, and I'm going to repeat myself, where we are today and where we are going to be tomorrow is going to be significantly different. And as we, as a leader, need to really identify those trends, and we have to start working towards that now, so that we are future ready, or we are future proof. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope by now you all are awake. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Spectacular. You guys got a minute for one question? I want to give you one question. That was exhilarating to watch. The data was spectacular. Does anyone want to ask them a question about the future, what's happening? I see a hand go up, so I want to give them an opportunity because I know you guys are thinking about the future. What do you got?
I'm curious with this amazing future, what is your prediction this future will require from us as human beings, human to human, relationship to relationship?
Yeah, it was a great question. As a matter of fact, once I was in a brainstorming, and we said, there was a discussion about what could be the future of communication. What are the things that we have not found yet? And very interesting, telepathy came up. Could I and you telepath with each other? I think, yes, as humans, I think there's a huge impact. We've done a lot of work to understand what that impact could be. It's very much possible if you're living up to 100, we might have to go back to university at the age of 40, 50, and again at 60, 70, we might have to be very flexible in multi-skills. Somebody even said that maybe we should ensure that marriages are annulled after 50 years because maybe you should be allowed to marry again if you're living 100 years. So the world will be very different in the next 30, 40 years. That's all I can say.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. That was incredible. I loved it. Thank you very much. What a great insightful power of the future, what's coming, what we got to think about, and really how fast it's developing. Incredible. We're going to take that picture really quick. What a provoking conversation. I was getting messages from people watching online about how interesting it was. And again, I remind you, if there are some speaking topics here where people couldn't make it to be at this great event, I encourage you, share this link. Let people see information that is relevant to them. Like sharing is caring. There's no doubt. If you're there thinking about other people, there's empathy. Thank you so much. It's a delight to share the stage with you. Incredible. Markets and markets. Well, there's no doubt. There's more people in the room. Nice to see you. Welcome back from lunch. Now we got second half of the day with lots more information, and we really started off fantastic. The hashtag we're doing is CXO 2.0. Use it, abuse it, don't lose it. please, because I'm looking to see exactly where you are online and make sure you optimize this digital space. I love the human connection part of it because there's a lot of stuff happening in that space as well about this evolution of humanity, where we're going, and there's a whole nother world of people talking about how that is moving forward to bring us all closer together. So technology is supposed to be the technology that helps and really plummets us into the next universe of where we're going with this entire transformation. I see a lot of technology being played with over there as we invite our next speaker up to our stage. Now, there's no doubt, you've probably seen him already. He is one of our main sponsors. He's CEO of Avella Global and Go Dome. Mr. Gary Young is coming up next, and he's going to take us through a journey in a second to talk about the disruptive technology of AI and how it affects C-suites. Now, there's no doubt, anyone in the room excited about AI? Let me see from a show of hands. We got some excitement. All right, anyone really scared of AI, worried about their job, worried about what they're going to do? Everyone catching up? You're scared a little bit? Just scared of the power, right? I actually went on YouTube. I said, if I have to be scared of AI, how is it going to demise humanity, to see what it came up with, you know? And there's no doubt there's restrictions that need to actually start implementing to protect us from the actual destructive future that it has as a potential. Wouldn't you agree? But how are you using AI? Are you using it to communicate? Anyone communicating for their business through AI? Great. Is anyone using it for visuals, pictures? Oh, so you got the graphic design aspect of it. And you're finding the accuracy is 100% yet? Not yet. Not yet. It's coming, but you're starting to play with it. So anyone using it for writing books? I know there's a lot of authors in the room. Oh, I want to find out your tips because you've used it. And there's just incredible ways to really use your knowledge, expertise, and move it forward. So let's see, how are we making it over here? You're welcome. Take those microphones away from us. And so this afternoon, we're going to go into AI because there's a lot of part of it. We're going to talk about panels that's about crisis and where crisis poses an opportunity or a threat in the face of economic uncertainty. We're going to talk about resilience, policy proofing your business for strategy and thriving regardless of what happens with economies. There's no doubt there's parts of the world, I think probably globally, we're all waiting. We all waited for the, political game to kind of play out in the States. What was going to happen with the politics? How's it going to affect our markets? How's it going to affect my business, right? There's areas in the world that are saying, hey, we've been waiting for a decline of revenue. What's going to happen? It hasn't happened yet. Everyone's sitting there with bated breath. So what's going to happen when there is a little dip? Because economies tend to go up and down, right? Up and down. And so here in Dubai, we've been going like this since COVID. We're just shooting high very fast. And we got the whole world coming here going, wow, this place looks like it's soaring. The Middle East is really doing phenomenal things. But we saw on that last presentation about what the future of oil looks like. Anyone catch that? He mentioned it of Dubai. What an incredible leader. Give him a round of applause. This guy is really, what an inspiration. And I say that because it's a beautiful thing here. As I mentioned, this week has been the National Day holiday of the country. 53 years since it was established as an official state and bringing 7 emirates together. Anyone over 53? Okay, congratulations, are older than this country, and unbelievable, really a small amount of time to see what's happened here. Since I moved here, I saw Burj Khalifa open, Atlantis on the Palm open. Now there's over 40 different hotels there. I saw the metro open, where people are now over 200,000 people a day are jam-packed into that metro that's moving autonomously without a driver. Did you know that? Pretty cool. Gary, how we doing? We're almost there. Oh, well, thank you. I want to see how you're doing. I want to make sure you're okay. Thank you. Thank you. Well, it looks like technical difficulty is my time to play with the audience. And I like to come in and see how everyone's doing. So as waiting, Meg, I wanted to say hello and see how you're doing, who you are. Would you mind introducing yourself to the room?
My name is Sarah Khair, and I'm a business development expert. I spent the past 15 years supporting people from Sudan establish green, sustainable, or replicable, social impactful businesses in my country.
Thank you for being here. Not an easy country to be from, right? Never. And it's not getting a lot of, I don't know if you know too much about what's going on in Sudan. Tough place to live, I'll tell you that much. So welcome for being here. So great. I'm going to have you guys do a little exercise because we didn't get a chance to do networking. And I do think, who's in the rooms here to network? Great. Who in the room met everybody in the room? No one's hand should go. We wait for Gary's presentation to take stage, and let me tell you, he worked 40 hours on this presentation. So this is like heavy duty AI conversation. It has a lot of AI stuff, you know, to move forward. So I want to make sure we give him time. He's ready? No, not yet. You're ready? You're just waving. All right. Cool. We'll see what happens. Anything's possible. I say stay in the state of flow, and we'll see where we go. What do you say, right? So you're on LinkedIn, right? Fantastic. If everyone pulls out their phone for a second, goes on to LinkedIn, which I hope you're using to connect with everyone here. And as I mentioned, if you don't have a profile, you need it. Yesterday. Let's see the first person to find you. How do you think about that? Right? Interesting. Let's see it. So how are we going to find you on LinkedIn? Do you use hashtags, keywords? Your name would probably be the easiest. All right, let's start with the name and see where we go. Can I have your name again, please?
It's Sarah Khair, but Sarah is Sarrah.
All right, first name, Sarrah. Anyone get her? You got a couple Sarahs like that? All right, last name.
Last name is Kheir.
K-A-E-I-R. K-H. You found her. Oh, guess what? Connect. Sometimes people lock their profiles. I'll tell you a little secret. If you only see the word follow, means their profile is locked. Okay? So what you do is you're going to press, is her profile locked? Nope. You are connected, easy. All right. Well, congratulations. You're the first one. We're going to connect with you next. What do you say? Okay. All right. Who are you? What do you do?
My name is Mahmoud Mullah. I'm the co-founder of Star Pro and Techno FM. We are specialized in construction and facility management as well. That's it.
Engineer. Awesome. FM, space. Cool. How do you like the event so far?
Yeah, it's fantastic, especially in the AI subject, which I'm searching for it from a long time. Because in facility management, we innovate in smart building and green building. So it's informative subjects here.
Incredible. Glad you're enjoying it. Who's the first one to find our engineer here? Mahmoud. Gary's ready. Hello,
Yeah.
Gary. Oh, my
Yes,
God. Hi, Gary. We're coming over here in 2 seconds. I want to make sure people found Mahmoud before we continue. Mahmoud, spell it for me, please.
Mahmoud, it's for M-E-H, M-O-U-D, Mullah, M-O-L-L-A.
Mahmoud Mullah. Who got it? We got it? Someone got it. Fantastic. All right. Well, that's my easy networking connections. Thanks so much for taking place and waiting. We have been waiting for you, Gary. Glad you're here.
Okay.
Take it away.
Well, I think that's good because I wanted to not follow that last presentation. So we've got a lot of noise in between and a lot of confusion. So, but honestly, that was incredible and I learned a lot. So we're going to look at AI as it affects the C-suite now and not into the future. We're not too far into the future. So I want to see a show of hands. How many people are getting AI business solutions in their inbox? Let's see some hands. Okay. How about their LinkedIn inbox? How many people are getting AI solutions? So I was thinking that maybe that's the universe trying to tell us something. But what I really think is that AI is here. AI, I can't read my notes down there, so I have to cheat a little bit right here. But AI is, it's been in decades in the making. And millions and billions of dollars coming, and AI is here now. And it's the next disruptive technology that we need to face. So let's talk about beliefs. And we kind of talked about that a little bit in the question and answers, but beliefs are powerful. They guide us, and they guide us, and they control our actions, whatever we believe. So let's take a deeper look. What do we believe about AI? So I love this slide. Ooh, it didn't change. Next, oh, it's me. Sorry. So I love this slide. Can I get the hand mic? Was it? Yeah. Yeah, I feel better about that. Now I know I can control the volume by moving it closer. So I love this slide. It's a quote from Lewis Carroll, Alice's Adventure in Wonderland, and I think sometimes that's how business is, an adventure in Wonderland where we just don't know the future and we just have to strike out and do our best. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And I feel like that's AI. We're hearing so much noise, so much hype, and we just really don't know how to act. We don't know how to react and what we should do next. So who here believes that AI is a threat to their business? Any hands? Well, the answer is yes. So I was hoping I might get some hands. It's a threat if you don't do anything. It's a threat if you're passive. But if you're active, if you're preemptive, then it's an enhancement to your business. AI is not the panacea. It's just a tool. So we need to be treating it like a tool and need to be engaging in AI like we did all the other trends before it. So what's the promise of AI? Well, it's efficiency, it's automation, it's data-driven decisions, and we've heard a lot about these things in the previous talks. And it's enhanced customer experience. We haven't heard a lot about that, but that's really the point, because that's how we receive income, from pleasing our customers, or as Steve Jobs used to say, delighting the customers. So to understand AI and what it means to the future, and to get our minds around what we should be doing, let's take a look at the past. Let's use the past as analog. And there we go. So let's look at some past technologies. And my first example is the fall of Kodak. This was back when we were going from paper to digital, when everything was being scanned and put on our computers, and we were pushing information back and forth as electrons. And Kodak was an international brand. It was a top 5 brand. It was one of the super companies of the world. And the irony is that Kodak in the 60s and 70s basically developed digital photography. And they have awesome research and development at Kodak, and they presented the future of photography to their leadership. And the leadership looked at what they could do with digital photography, and they said, we're so much better. Our silver-based, halogen silver-based papers and films are so much better than what digital can provide. And they thought the computer power required to get it up to their standards couldn't be achieved. So they ignored the digitization in business. But other companies who were more aggressive, like Sony, like Canon, like Nikon, said we better hedge our bets. We better develop both. And it got to the point where digital photography was starting to take a bite out of Kodak, but they still didn't change. They stuck to their guns, and they doubled down on silver photography. And then the iPhone came. In the iPhone 1 and 2 and 3, it was like a phone with a camera. And that was novel. But the quality still wasn't there. You weren't going to be shooting anything for a billboard or a magazine ad on an iPhone. But about iPhone 6, the world changed. And billboards were being created from iPhone, magazine ads, magazine pictures, sports pictures, business, everything was being done on an iPhone. And Kodak found themselves on their heels in a very unstable environment. So they were behind the curve. And there were so many other players who were ahead of the curve that Kodak could never catch up, and it fell. So Kodak used to have this thing called the Kodak moment when when something important happened in your life, when you had a birthday, a celebration, Christmas, vacations. That was called a Kodak moment. And Kodak moments have passed. And now it's the moment for the digital world. So that's a cautionary tale of being behind the curve. So let's talk about being ahead of the curve. There was a company called, I'm so used to pressing the button and the slide's not changing, so I got to do this. I got to do two things. There's a company called Webvan. They were formed in 1996. They were formed by Lewis Borders of Borders Books. And there was this upstart company called Amazon, and Amazon was eating away at their margins. And at that point, Amazon was just selling books online. But Lewis Borders could see this whole e-commerce thing and said, I'm going to start a new company. And it's going to be based on e-commerce. And his vision was home delivery of groceries. So he did an IPO of $400 million because he was Lewis Borders. And he started building giant warehouses, regional, all over the United States. That could store food and process food, and bought vans for delivery of food. And at one point, the company was evaluated at $1.2 billion. But there was a problem. The customers weren't ready. The customers weren't ready to give up their favorite grocery store, to give up that tactile feeling of going in and thumping that melon and looking at that steak and seeing the striping on the steak and saying this is a good steak, or looking at those expiration dates and making those choices. They weren't ready. And they died a spectacular death because they were ahead of the curve, or you could say they were over their skis. So now we have two stories, two cautionary tales. One of a company called Kodak, who was on its heels and could never recover, and one who was over their skis and died a spectacular death like you would if you're over your skis tumbling down a hill. And there was this little upstart company called Amazon, and they paid attention. And they said, we got to do this right. So that takes us to a chart, the only chart here. Every image that you see was AI generated except for this. And it's called the Gartner Hype Cycle. And, Kodak behind the curve, Webvan ahead of the curve, and we want to be riding the curve. We don't want to be on the bleeding edge of the technology. That's for the big boys. That's for the Microsofts of the world. We don't want to be left behind and be eclipsed. There's a company out there called Lemonade. They were an insurance company out of Florida, a medium-sized insurance company, and they decided they were going to make a stir in their business by incorporating AI with a chat box called Maya. And Maya could do everything that they had people doing on the phone. And people liked it because they got instantaneous response and they got quality responses. And they shook up that industry. So there's a small company who made a big play in their industry because they used AI. That's what it means to be riding the curve, and that's what we want to do. So there are 5 phases. The innovation trigger is that we are, let me get that up. The innovation trigger is that we are collecting mountains and mountains of data that we can't possibly process. You know, there were institutions like the Defense Department and universities that were, you know, using supercomputers and crunching numbers, but it wasn't for the, you know, the normal business. Maybe some Fortune 100 companies were doing stuff like that, but we didn't have access to that kind of computing power. But we needed access, so there was a need. And because there was a need, you know, chips like the NVIDIA chip came out, data centers went up, and this was basically when Microsoft and Amazon and Google were building data centers in 2014 and 2016. So that's the innovation trigger. And the next part of the next phase is called the peak of inflated expectations. Because they sunk a lot of money into these data centers, some of them the size of soccer fields. And so they started saying things like, you know, AI is the industrial revolution. And they started pushing AI. And this was 2017 to 2019. And people tried to use AI, and it just didn't work. The AI became oversold, and people were disillusioned. And that takes us to the trough of disillusionment. So you can see down below we say we are here. So we're somewhere between the trough of disillusionment and the slope of enlightenment. And that's the sweet spot. This is where we want to be as medium and small size and even large businesses. We want to be here right now because we're not on the bleeding edge anymore. These data centers got their acts together. They went back and they matured AI and they started coming out with cool tools that we could use. So we went from the trough of disillusionment to the slope of enlightenment. So these really great AI tools came out, and we've been talking about them. ChatGPT. If you're on the Twitter or X platform, there's Grok. Elon Musk claims that Grok will surpass ChatGPT this month. He's not always accurate in his predictions, but in the long run, he seems to be pretty accurate. So I like using these tools, and I kind of see them as personal assistants. They're not running my company, but they're cool. The next phase, and the folks before us in the fireside chat kind of went through this. It's the plateau of productivity, where we won't even talk about AI anymore. It just will be in everything. It's kind of like the cloud, back when the cloud was in the hype cycle. And have you heard of the cloud? And what's the cloud? And do I need the cloud? And do we have the cloud? And what's the cloud doing? And am I making money on the cloud? And now we don't even talk about it. And that's what's going to happen with AI. So we're in that sweet spot. And I really recommend going to the Gartner Hype Cycle because they have hype cycles on products. They have hype cycles on industries. And it's not simple like this. It's very, very detailed. And they publish every year. And you can take a deep dive into the Gartner Hype Cycle. And you need to find out whatever your business is, where you are on the cycle. You know, are you still in the peak of inflated expectations, which is just about over? Are you in the trough of disillusionment, or are you in the slope of enlightenment? Where is it to your company? Where are you on the cycle? Because this is a curve, so you can be behind the curve, you can be ahead of the curve, but like I said, you really want to ride the wave. So the question becomes, how can AI serve me? And I have to advance this. Hang on. Sorry to be so kludgy. There we go. So, how can AI serve my company? And everybody's got a different company, so the answers are all going to be different. So that makes this part difficult. How do I address that? How do I make that meaningful? And so what I did was I went back to basics. The basics of business. That's what's your vision and how can AI help your vision? What's your mission? How can AI help your mission? You know, how can AI help your culture? How can AI uh, make your relationship with your clients better? How can you delight your customers? And how can you make money on AI? So this is sort of a roadmap. How can AI relate to your company as it relates to your specific vision, your specific mission, your specific culture, your customer experience, and your ROI? So in the last talk, they talked a little bit about democratization and the democratization of AI. That's where AI is in the background. You don't even know you're using it, and you're taking advantage of the wonderful things it can do. And a good example of that would be Shop's e-commerce platform. And how did they do that? They quietly did that by looking at AI for solutions. The first thing they did was they looked for bottlenecks and points of friction and weaknesses within their companies. And they said, how can AI help us with those things? And they realized that shopping carts in the day, and you ended up spending a lot of money on consultants and programmers, and they said, we need to take that away, and we need to have AI help us do that. Their vision was that a single proprietor could go online and fill out forms and information, and they could have a shopping cart. And they succeeded. The next thing they did is sort of in a triage, is they did fraud detection. They realized that they're getting customers, and they have to protect their customers from fraud, and they used AI to achieve that. The next thing they did in their triage mode was customer behavior. They were collecting a lot of data on behalf of their customers. They want their customers to be successful, so what do? They start to help their customers by showing them trends, showing them when to stock, when to phase out a product, and how to manage their online business. And what they're doing now is content creation because they're helping their customers sell. So what did they do? They personalized it. They did fraud protection, customer behavior, content creation. They did it behind the scenes. They didn't tout AI, but they used AI to help them. They made a big investment, and they're the dominant shopping cart in the world, from the Fortune 500 company to the single proprietor with a website. So that's an amazing story. So how do we relate that to our business? We're not Shopify. We're a lot of other things. We do lots of different things. So I thought, how do I make this next slide? How do I demonstrate for everybody in the room the democratization of AI? So I asked ChatGPT, and it gave me this huge list. It would take more than the time I have allotted to go over, and it would be boring. So I asked ChatGPT, how can I graphically illustrate the democratization of AI? And I had no idea what it was going to say, and it gave me, I keep clicking the wrong thing, and it gave me this beautiful word cloud. I wasn't expecting that. It's not my idea. This is ChatGPT giving me a word cloud. So what's it mean? Well, it has its algorithm, it has its experience working with humans, and it has the internet. And it went out and looked for the keywords associated with democratization and the democratization of AI. And it might mean that you're behind the curve if this applies to your business. So this is how I can make this work for everybody in the room. If it's the smaller words, you may have time to develop this and come up with a plan. So I think this was sort of a breakthrough slide, and I couldn't have done it without ChatGPT. So let's talk about some takeaways. Now this is my favorite image that I generated. I just love this image because I wanted to focus. We shouldn't be distracted. And also we shouldn't be hypnotized by the latest technology. And I said to Midjourney was the AI, I said, how do I say, don't chase squirrels and don't stare at shiny things? And I hit the button, image. It's my favorite image. I made so many images trying to do this. It was just crazy, but I had so much fun. So the point is, stay focused. And what does that mean? Go back to the fundamentals. Go back to your vision, go back to your mission, go back to your cultures. And that's leadership. You know, that's where you have to go. So you have staff, you have people, you have to inspire those people to take the mission and the vision that you have and execute those as, you know, as best you can as it relates to your market to move your business forward so that you're not either behind the curve or over your skis. And sometimes that means that timing matters. So that takes us back to the hype curve. You can use that as a roadmap or a guide to your individual industries. And in most cases, because we're in this sweet spot, you can wait for AI to mature. You can focus on your specific problems, look for those choke points, look for those weaknesses, and start imagining how you can leverage AI. Can teach you all about customer trends. All you have to do is ask, and it will give you that data. It's something that AI can do right now that's really, really useful, looking at customer trends. So the next thing, so my advice is to start reading AI blogs. My advice is to start AI newsletters. You know, you could read two blogs a week. You could read a weekly AI newsletter, and you can listen to AI podcasts while you're doing your evening walks or your morning walks or you're in the gym. And just get tuned into AI. Don't go in there with an agenda. Just absorb that information. Let it sink in. Let it be part of your creativity as a leader so that you will have inspiration to know where you're going to go with AI. So use the tools, ChatGPT, Grok. I use them instead of Google now. Turn on Otter, it records every word in the meeting. It knows when different people are speaking. It gives me a summary, a perfect summary of the meeting, and it gives me action items and takeaways from the meeting. And now I can be focused on the customer. It's a beautiful thing. Everybody I teach this to who uses Otter all the time. And it's just a real simple way. And it's really the democratization of AI. Something we can do right now to get used to it. And your folks can do that too. Get them using things like ChatGPT and Otter. And Quillbot's the same thing, only you can load a white paper that's 40 pages long that you don't want to read, and it will read it, and it will summarize it, and it will give you the takeaways. So really, really cool technology that's out there right now. No? No? Can you move me forward? Let me try going backwards. Nope, that's the last slide. There we go. Oh, that was a secret. There we go. Now I'm caught up. So, I'm trying to increase my personal brand. And so I'm doing a lot of posts on LinkedIn. And the problem is I don't have any photos on it. And I found out that I don't take selfies. I'm behind the camera. And I managed to find 10 selfies that I could load into an AI. I asked ChatGPT, is there a program out there that can take selfies and make headshots? I expected the answer no, but they gave me 4. And I thought, that's amazing. I mean, you don't know unless you ask. And nobody knows AI better than AI. And it changes every single day. So that's not me. I never took that picture. So that's not me. And neither are these. So it's kind of funny because I have pictures from 15 years ago and pictures from now. And for $49, it gave me 100 headshots in about 12 minutes. And now I can use all those, and they're reasonable facsimiles of me, but I didn't post for any one of those. And it's funny because there's younger Garys and older Garys. There's heavier Garys, there's thinner Garys, but they're all Garys. So you could use something like this, and this is the website. So if you have pictures of yourself that don't span decades, you'll get better results. But I just thought this was amazing, and it just amazes me the AI tools that are out there. So ask AI about AI. Whenever you have a little problem, that's why ChatGPT or Grok or some of these other AI are great personal assistants. They're not solving their major problems, but they can point you to the direction. And so for my last slide, I wanted to show you this. And let's try it again. Nope. It's supposed to play. Can you try playing it? Tosh, yes, I'm Keynote. So go back to it, and that should, could you click on it and see if it plays? All right, so we're not going to play it. Let's just go back to that slide. This is an AI bot. And it's amazing because if you could see this little 2-minute commercial, she goes through all of the things you can do with this technology, and it's just truly amazing, and I wish it was playing. But this is a synthetic person. This is an AI. You can change the race, you can change this, you can change the sex, you can change the age, and you can change the language. And this is the kind of technology that's waiting for us right now. What that does, I want to get it right, so I got to forward this. That QR code takes you to 15 useful AI word prompts that you can put into ChatGPT, and you will get amazing results. And you can take those word prompts and you can alter them, to your industry and whatever, ideas that you have. And then there's a link to the Gartner Hype Cycle, so you can look at that information. And then there's 27 top AI for business links that you can go to and really start to study what's going on in AI. And I'm going to say it's only good for a month because AI completely changes and it might be obsolete. And it says I have 50 seconds left.
All right, 50 seconds. Would you like applause for 50 seconds? What would you like?
You're in charge. It's up to you. I'm sorry that it took so long. I went as fast as I could.
You did amazing. Give it up for Gary. Yeah. He did incredible. Incredible. Just going to say, Gary, how many times have you done it? You seem like a professional up there.
No, I've never given a speech before.
Never given a speech before. First time. Is that astonishing or what?
My goal was to have a takeaway. My goal was to inspire and to show you amazing things. Every slide up there is from a word prompt.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah, so.
We got it. I saw a lot of cameras out there. A lot of people took the pictures. They got a lot of information. There's some AI tools I've never even heard of before. So clearly there's tons of them coming out every single day. That code was out there.
There is. And the last thing I'll say is if you don't get a chance to work with the QR code here, I have it out on the table, at our table. And I should tell you that we source products in China, so I'm not an AI expert. I'm just a business person like you. And I have to do what you have to do, and I have to take AI seriously and learn how to incorporate it in my business, and I'm doing that, and I just thought I would share.
Amazing. What an inspiration. Perfect case study of a CEO that needs to incorporate AI. You're never too old to learn, I'll tell you that much, and we constantly have to be engaging, trying, and testing out. So what did you think overall?
I think you're calling me old.
No. I was calling myself old earlier, but I think everyone's older than 53, What can I say? It's a young region over here. Yeah. Youth of today, it's about collaborating the young, the old, the everything. You got to use it. There's no doubt. There is no age for this.
Yeah, you'll be ahead of the curve or you'll be behind the curve, but you should be riding the curve. That's basically what I'm saying. And you need to get started now. And if those words are big and they relate to your business, you need to start today.
Yesterday. Is this yours? Who's this guy?
It is. It's mine. It's my little camera.
I love it. Look at this. Yeah. Tech savvy. I love it, Gary. Nerdy. All right. Nerdy. If you haven't talked to him yet, he has a stand outside with a whole bunch of fabulous people that happen to be in the room over there. Say hi, team. Hey. Really, they're opening offices here in Dubai. Really great opportunity. If you're thinking about a product, you need to get created and you need to get it sourced. These people are the people that will help you do it.
We make real things.
Things real, for sure.
Not digital. We don't do digital.
The real deal right here. Gary, CEO of Avella Global and GoDome. Really nice. Hello, hello. Uncertainty is inevitable, no doubt. And you see, I'm trying to keep on time here, but we are running a little behind. I know everyone had a great lunch, and we're getting started for round 2, day 2 here at the CXO 2.0 conference. Don't forget that hashtag, everyone. I'm looking for you online. And so now it's about how leaders respond to make differences to based on crises that they have to deal with. There's no doubt it's hard to plan for that. We never kind of have an experience or a learning curve where it says, here's a problem, fix it. Here's a problem, fix it. But in life, when we overcome a challenge, that's when we grow. There's no doubt. We all know that, right? Well, crisis or opportunity, that's the question. Resilient leadership in the face of economic uncertainty is coming next. It looks like I need some guys to bring up some chairs. Hello, Intercontinental Help. They're here. They're here to bring up some chairs, okay? And we're going to get into this because we're going to explore how to turn these challenges into opportunities. Anyone heard of Gabor Mate? No one's heard of Gabor not Mate? Really? Not Whathead? Wow. I hope I'm saying his name right. Gabor. Gabor. Mate. Mate. Nobody? Oh, you got to check this guy out. Okay, we got the back of the room. He says that most people that are traumatized become the most successful people on the planet. He's a psychotherapist. He speaks a lot. He's all over the web, at least all over my channel. But he has some really insightful stuff because he talks about the power of problems. Because when you're in the thick of it, you're hating life, not happy. But the growth you go through is empowering. And in the future, you could look back on those challenges and see how much you grew. Because that's where it's happening. He also says women that are traumatized, they don't just impact their families, they go out to impact the world. Ooh, you like that one? I sure did. Felt that in my body. It was powerful. So, we say trauma like it's a bad thing. I'm like, bring it on. Like the chairs, bring it on. 4 chairs, please. Are we doing a table? Do we need a table for water? I think we do. So we got a table coming up here. I'm going to invite our next panel discussion experts to come on to the stage. I got Suman Roy, Chief Executive Officer of Feed Scarborough, Saif Rabi, the Managing Partner UAE at Logic Consulting, Obi Abuchi, CEO of Core Leaders International, Franco Pedregosa. I think there's one that's not coming. Let's see, where's Saif's not here. Okay, no problem. We'll catch him next time. Franco Pedregosa, CEO and President of Fig Tree Companies, and Heather. How are you? Coming up to the stage is Heather Marie Ogburn-Stokes, CEO and founder of Serenity Light Recovery, LLC. Welcome to the stage. I can't wait. Give him a round of applause. Show him some love. Panel discussion, crisis or opportunity. When I was raised by my dad, he said, A, I'm going to go through the alphabet. A is for attitude. How you deal with everything in life is how you deal with everything in life. So I say, take it away. Let's find out the attitude of our panelists today. Crisis or opportunity. I'll see you guys soon.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. To the 5 people who answered good afternoon, and to the rest of you, good afternoon. All right, so we are excited about the conversation. We feel we're building on a lot of what's been shared over the last day and a half. So what we'll start off with, just quick intros from each of us, and then we're going to dive into some questions, conversations, and then over to you for some questions to us. So should we start at the end?
Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Ogburn-Stokes. I'm the founder and CEO of Serenity Light Recovery. We are based in Texas, in the U.S., and we are a recovery wellness center specializing in behavioral health and addiction treatment. I'm grateful to be here.
Hello everyone, my name is Franco Pedregosa. I'm actually from Philippines, and what I do is smart, sustainable, and resilient development in integrating real estate, agriculture, and tourism all over Southeast Asia.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Suman Roy with Feed Scarborough. We are based out of Toronto in Canada. I'm the founder and executive director. We started in the beginning of pandemic, and now we are an organization that serves over 8,500 people with over 300 volunteers every week.
Brilliant. And so introduce myself again, Obi Abuchi. I run Core Leaders International, and we're on a mission to raise the standard of leadership globally by helping leaders thrive in all seasons by integrating 4 core areas: personal, relational, professional, and spiritual into their mastery. So excited about our conversation. Let's kick it off with this. I'd love you to share a time when a bold decision during a crisis, a difficulty, led to an unexpected opportunity. So who wants to go first? We can go in any order.
I can start.
Go for it.
Yes. I'll be bold and brave and get it going. Well, you know, from the business perspective, because I've overcome a lot of trauma and crisis myself in life, right? And I believe that in that it built a sense of resiliency and strength. And so the first thing that comes to mind when you ask that question is we do get some powerful hurricanes in Texas, right? And I am responsible for not only my team, but clients that live there, their residents, right? So there's a lot of lives there. And when a hurricane comes, there's a lot of preparation. And there was one time, because there was several times, that the hurricane was so powerful that it became a mandatory evacuation afterwards, flooding. And here I am, you know, having the team and clients. But what's powerful about it is because within less than 24 hours, we were able to sustain an evacuation point because the others weren't available that we had marked down, right? In our crisis management plan. You try to plan for something and then sometimes it doesn't work. So you have to be flexible. We were relocated to a hotel and we just brought the program with us. And it was so powerful to see and realize and feel that it's not the building and the property itself, right? The essence and the mission itself carried with excellent, excelling quality of care and taught the clients how to be resilient in the state of a crisis, stressful situations. So.
Wow, how good is that? And what's interesting hearing your story, we're already speaking to what a crisis is, something outside of our control, and how do you then adapt to it? And something as challenging as a hurricane, right? So tough. Thank you.
I don't know where all of you are traveling from, but in Canada it was 15th of March 2020 when the country started shutting down because of COVID. And I was confident that 2 weeks, 14 days, the curve is flattened and we are back to normal. That was the longest 14 days I've experienced.
Yeah, I hear you.
But so at that point, I had the option to think about what's next and what needs to happen. So right in my backyard, I set up a tent, and it was pretty chilly in Canada in March. It's still chilly, and tried to figure out what can we do to help the people. And our only food bank shut down in the community because of COVID. So I got a few neighbors together, put some money on a table, went to a grocery store, bought some food, and then it slowly, that 14 days started to be a long 14 days need. So fast forward to 4 years now that we are operating, it's not only that we are serving 8,500 people with handing out food, but we have figured out, or I shouldn't say figured out, we are figuring out a way to make the community resilient enough so the community does not need access to food from a food bank. So supporting them with career opportunities, career goals, supporting them with business incubation, showing them how to run their own businesses, to various things like just community garden, showing them how to grow food in their balconies if they need to. So it's a whole transition into making the community more sustainable, making the community more resilient. So that is the journey of Feed Scarborough.
Wow. So we take it in, all of that sprung up from the COVID period and asking that question, how can we help the people? All of that sprung up from that.
100%.
That's amazing. It speaks to this idea in that moment of crisis, that moment of challenge, rather than just react to it, ask yourself, what's the need here and how can we meet it?
Exactly. Think about the innovation. Think about, we just saw a presentation on trend, and this is in a very micro level, not as in the level that we saw, is what can we do to help, but help in a way that is meaningful in a very innovative fashion.
So good. Wow. All right, Franco.
Yeah, before I start, I really appreciate the diversity of cultural perspective from a Canadian and American standpoint. But in the Philippines, we eat, drink, breathe crisis all day.
Uh-oh,
and
wow.
then we don't really know we don't have crisis in our dictionary. So we believe that crisis is actually an opportunity there. And it comes to bold decision. Every decision that we have there is really bold. And it should be something that is concrete. But even though in the midst of the crisis, even our country is being hit by 20 typhoons, multiple volcano eruptions, earthquake, not to mention crime, poverty. But even in that midst of the storm and the problem, we thrive. We are a 7,100 beautiful, diversified island. And that's how we look on crisis. In my business, a bold decision, probably the same as my colleague here in Canada. During the pandemic time, we created a new business model of integrating real estate and agriculture. And it really thrived a lot during the pandemic. And we created food security, created sustainable development. And there's always opportunity in every crisis.
That's amazing. As you were speaking, Franco, I'm reminded one of the mentors in my life when I started my leadership journey, Wayne Dyer, used to say, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And so if you look at it as a crisis, this is challenging, this is difficult, I don't know if we'll survive, then that may be the reality. But when you look at it and say, actually, this is an opportunity, whether that's your case, Heather or Suman, how can we serve here? How can we help here? You suddenly see an opportunity to serve and grow and scale up in a different way. Heather, looks like you want to build on that.
Yes, and I'm just thinking how this relates to all life matters, right? It's not just in leadership and business, but in everyday life, right? As I mentioned before, went through a lot of crisis ongoing, but I'm a person in long-term recovery, and that is the pure reason why I developed the mission, right, or had the mission to create and develop a treatment center that is compassionate and loving and really focused on the true healing, right? Because I experienced it myself, and I know what it was like to live day in and day out in that crisis, right? And the moment that my life transitioned, right, and transformed, and I found freedom and became more resilient and strong, is because I learned different ways to navigate it, new way to live, right? Wellness, and there's a lot of different things that I had to build into my everyday life. And from that came a question, what can I do to make a difference? Because I was tired of losing a lot of my friends and family. And then it quickly became, what can we do to make a difference? My team is in the back. And my mission became their mission, right? And we stand stronger together and to guide the team to be able to face any crisis that doesn't necessarily have to be considered a crisis, right? And we stand strong and walk in stride together to overcome.
Wow, so good. Thank you.
It is. Just to follow up from that, one thing that I think we should mention is the definition of crisis is different for everybody.
Sure.
And what does crisis really mean? In my case, it was pandemic that I took it as a crisis, but there are micro crises like my staff didn't show up today. How am I going to open my doors? And there's a crisis everywhere. So I think it's really interesting to understand that the definition of crisis changes. And I think one thing for me particularly that worked like magic every time I face a situation like that is to first figure out, when I'm opening that door, how am I going to feel? When I have my hand on that knob and I move that knob, how am I going to feel and how am I going to react? Because I know we were talking about earlier, if I am panicked in the time of crisis, everybody around me will be panicked in the time of crisis. So how I feel and how I act is, I think, a key consideration that I always do.
Yeah, cool. Franco wants to share something.
For me, what really crisis did to me is it really take out my authenticity in my leadership.
Wow.
And also the agility to be able to adapt for what is happening. Even though you're adapting for many things, you still have your true compass or your true north of what you're doing. But you became agile and you became authentic on what you're saying. You're saying the truth. Because you're in the crisis, you're uncertain of what's happening. So you have to be authentic in true to yourself for your stakeholders and also your employees.
And I think it's worth acknowledging that it's a journey, because we could talk, there's been a journey for us, and I think of one of the major crises I experienced. 2008 was a tough time for a lot of people globally. 2012 was another time. I remember working on a business plan at the time. My first book came out. People were saying, high five, Obi, well done. And yet, because of the climate across the globe at that time, business had plummeted, clients were saying no, we were paying our mortgage on the credit card. It was tough. And I remember having suicidal thoughts. In a previous life, I worked as an engineer, train systems engineer. And so I remember being at the London Underground one day, and I thought, I know how to end this quickly. And what that did for me was just create a switch. I realized that it's so easy to look at the world. I think someone used this phrase yesterday. We live in a VUCA world where there's volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity out there. What I realized in that moment was I needed to address the VUCA within me, the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity within me. And then when I could get to a place of managing that and being strong there, then I could be so much stronger in the world. And so that's something that really spoke to me. I'm curious, Suman, for you, you do a lot of work with leaders. How do you coach them to be resilient when they're going through tough moments?
Thanks for that question. I think what I alluded before, it is very important to understand that what is your capacity. That is the first and foremost. You cannot pour water in a glass from an empty jug. You need to first look at yourself. And we talked about that earlier today in one of the sessions, is really understanding that what can you do? You cannot step too much ahead of the curve because then there is a possibility of falling. But also you need to be slightly ahead of the curve so you're challenging yourself. So I think one of the biggest lesson that I always work with upcoming leaders is first and foremost take care of yourself. You understand your limits. And once you can do, and it's only then you're going to be actually able to work through the crisis that you're going through.
That's great. So one level, just managing your capacity, but also using that capacity management to think about the future, because that's part of what future-proofs yourself and your business. Let's talk about the link between recovery and leadership resilience, because there's something deep there that's worth us just learning from.
You know, and I was just thinking, we're all recovering from something, right? Life can be stressful. Wellness is needed to be implemented in all of our lives. When I experienced the first time in recovery, and you mentioned the authentic self, right? And it became this journey because I didn't know who I truly was. I was always kind of trying to figure it out, right? I wasn't this, I wasn't that. And it's that comparison to others, right? Or this is the expectations and whatnot. But the acceptance came when it was a journey of self-discovery, a self-love, a self-respect, right? And then when I became my true, authentic, greatest self and allowing others to grow and encouraging and empowering them and allowing us to lift each other up, right? Knowing that I can't do it alone. I need a strong, resilient team and building other resilient leaders. That's when we really rose together, right? And recovery itself, I mean, it has taught me live life on life's terms, right? You can't control the outside. All you can do is control the in, right? You have to focus on yourself, build a strong recovery maintenance program. And what does that look like for you? That's self-care, that's, wellness, it's connection, a lot of connection to others and eye contact, right? For me, that feeds my soul, and that creates a stronger self. And then I can lead alongside of great leaders, yes.
Wow, that's beautiful. Wow. So the two things that stand out to me there, one is, yes, we're talking about being resilient as leaders, but don't forget the network, the people, the relationships around you that help you to be resilient. So resilience isn't just a silo journey, it's a community journey. And of course, the importance of, yes, looking after self. What can you control? Again, crisis about something outside of our control. What can I control in that situation? And that's what I come back to. I've got a question for Franco now, but before that question, I'm going to throw something out to the audience because I think this will set this up. COVID, the pandemic, for some people, and we've heard this already, they thrived through it. But when the pandemic hit your country, if for the first couple of months in your business, the income dropped, just put your hand up, please. I just want to. Okay, so for a majority, over half, so the income dropped, right? And so inevitably you had to pivot. So this is the setup, Franco. On the one hand, we could talk about resilience, but yet in a moment like that, people are thinking short-term survival, long-term opportunity. Short-term survival, long-term opportunity. I need to survive right now. Can you speak into that, Franco? Just how do leaders navigate that challenge of addressing that short-term survival, balancing the long-term opportunity?
Yeah, well, the significant challenge for that is the fear of the unknown. You really don't know what will happen. And of course, you will start to panic when your income will drop and you don't know what is going to do. But if you really have a strong business and moral compass, that is very that is very unique, and you know what really you are doing will make a difference, and you learn how to become an agile person. At the same time, if you are in a pandemic or in uncertainty, you must have a lean management system so that your agility would be able to not turn into waste and make it a strong operations moving forward. So I think you would be able to survive it if you have a strong, constant, something that is constant to you, that you know that this will work, and relay it to your people. Be authentic with your people and say to your people, let's go, we can do it. So that's it.
So good. Heather wants to jump in there, but you can just tell there's experience, Franco, when you say, hey, for us in the Philippines, crisis happens all the time. You're speaking from experience, right? Love that. Go for it, Heather.
I just want to say, I would say it's mission before margin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, all the time.
Wow, cool. So here's something I can imagine some people here listening, lots of great stories. If you had to share an underrated skill that leaders need to develop in order to be resilient in moments of crisis, what would that skill be? Suman.
I'm going to expect people to trust you. So as a leader, even in the crisis or not, if you are authentic, it'll go a long way.
So be yourself.
For me, it's very simple. From a crisis country, from a third world country, you just never give up and keep on going. That's it.
I think for me, it comes down to emotional intelligence and self-regulation. We can always have those moments of, get intense, right? We can say passionate sometimes, but to be able to bring yourself back down in that moment, to be regulated, to create that positive energy instead of because negative energy is just toxic, and it will cripple any company if you let it take over. So in the state of crisis, right, the emotional intelligence and being able to self-regulate, to be able to provide that positive atmosphere to promote positive outcomes.
Nice. And I would add, it would be the skill of one word, alignment. An alignment in what I mentioned at the start, that we tend to focus on 4 core areas. When I work with some leaders who will come to me for coaching and, Obi, we're burning out. And when you get beneath the surface, there's a misalignment in one of the areas, either the personal area, there's not a lot of the self-care, the emotional, mental wellness, or it's probably the relational. What you said earlier on, it's that relationships aren't strong, that if you are navigating a divorce, for example, it's hard to show up and be your best self. And so just the alignment in the relationships, the professional, just really playing to your strengths, and then the spiritual component, having that deep sense of purpose, that clarity about who you are and your best self. And so that's what I would say, that skill of alignment in all of those areas. Before we open it up to the audience for any Q&A, is there anything else on your mind that you think I'd love to throw this out as a tip, an idea, just to develop resilience?
Following up from what you just said, I think one thing that worked for me that I think everybody should think about is do not be afraid to admit a failure. If it is your bad day, do not think that, okay, it's my bad day, let me take a step back because tomorrow I'm going to run faster. So understanding that piece, I think it's very important, not only for a leader, but even to pass it on to future leaders.
Brilliant.
I could say, I don't know. We can have longer chats later about it, but it's just be bold and brave to stand out and make bold decisions, to think outside the box, to create real change.
Yeah, for me, I think one also very important is the spiritual component that you said.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, you must have a good mental health and a strong mental toughness, and you have to align it through your spiritual component, whatever religion you are.
Yeah. Brilliant. Rachel, we've got a question for the audience before they
ask you anything?
Our way.
Cool.
We've got a lot of wisdom here in the room, and so we'd love to hear, how do you help your teams or organizations stay motivated and focused when external demands and pressures could overwhelm them? So we'd love to hear some responses to that, and then some questions to us.
Who'd like to share? Oh yeah, you got some tips for the audience?
So for one of my clients, I've implemented Winning Workplace Wednesdays and just encourage the leadership to sit, have lunch, have conversation, heaven and earth for you. But if you stay in your lofty heights, you can absolutely miss a great person on your team, miss a great talent that will go to your competitor. So get creative, get to know the people, and make space to connect. It's all about relationships.
I like that. Winning Workplace Wednesdays. So can we all steal that? There's no copyright on it, right? Thanks.
We'll be thinking of you every time we do it, I'll tell you that much.
Hello. I would suggest we should involve the team for any decision making and all. So they will get motivated automatically because they will feel they are part of the decision maker and they are contributing. Create for failure also. We should not blame others. We should accept the failure for ourselves to grow further. If we blame others for our failure, that means we'll never learn from the failure and will not grow. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good. So love that. Just wanted to respond to that. That as the leaders, when there's a challenge, if there's a failure, we take the responsibility. But then if there's a win, just celebrating the team. All right, on that. Love that.
What else do we got? We got some hands up.
One more, and then we can throw it to questions that the audience have for us.
And while she's walking back there, I just want to say, I would say the inspiration, your inspiration is the ultimate buy-in for your team. You inspire them, and they will join you in the mission and believe in it and take on that inspiration themselves.
Hello, good afternoon. For our company, what we do is we keep our people engaged. We allow them to make decisions, critical decisions regarding the operations, no matter how critical, no matter how difficult. And when it comes to the consequences, if in case they fail, it would be the leader who would take full accountability of the mistakes, since it was his decision to follow the recommendations of his people. So by keeping the people engaged, by keeping our employees engaged, it allows them to grow as leaders themselves.
Brilliant, thank you. Any questions from the audience?
The audience. Time for you to think about some questions. I love this topic. You guys did a great job. Give them a round of applause because they did such great insight. Really love it. It was great. I mean, there's no doubt there's a lot of fear that exists, but fear is not your authentic self, right? I see a question coming. All right, great.
First of all, thank you for your insight. I have a question. In crisis, if you're emotionally stuck, how to recover or to rehab after that?
Sorry, can you say that again? Was that if you're emotionally stuck?
Yeah, after the crisis.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you're emotionally stuck after the crisis. How do you recover? Just, Heather, I'm feeling like that'd be a great one for you, right? It's just...
So you honor yourself, right? And ask for help. Don't hold it in. Don't be ashamed of it, because we are human beings that feel, and that's a good thing, right? And if you find yourself stuck in that crisis mode, give yourself time to reconnect with nature, reconnect to those moments of peace, meditation. There's yoga, there's exercise, there's a lot of different wellness modalities that can get you unstuck and retrain the brain and release serotonin and dopamine, and I can get into the science part of it, right? But honor yourself to be able to ask for help. And I just want to share one thing, that gratitude, I believe, is key. It itself will release oxytocin because you're building that sense of trust within and an acknowledgement of gratitude. And it's impossible to feel fear, anger, sadness, and grateful at the very same time. So in that moment, say something you're grateful for, and it will bring you out of that state. And you can we have stones at our booth. Come see us and I'll tell you more about it. But it's just you build in these practices of resiliency and wellness, so you don't have to be stuck anymore.
I think very quickly, and I love Heather's scientific words, but from a very layman's perspective, when you write in a piece of paper and you make a mistake, you scratch it or rip the paper off and you start a new paper. So there is no shame, I feel, in a hard reset in your mind and say, hey, this is not working, I'm stuck. What can I do to start again and figure it out what the next steps would be?
Amazing. Thank you so much, panelists. It was a great discussion. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. I know our audience has done. So as well, we want to invite you for a picture right now. I'm going to give some of my own tips because I love this topic. I do. I encourage you to check out the emotion code. I think there's a lot of subconscious work going out there that's changing people's lives. There's a conscious part of our brain, our subconscious. Once you start exploring the subconscious and how we got stuck, why we're stuck, what got us there, it's usually from our parental upbringing, from the first few years of our life that impact the way we do everything in our adult life. So if you're finding you're stuck, go get unstuck. It's possible. It's up to you. And the first step is awareness. So if you are aware that you're stuck, fantastic, congratulations. It's time to do something about it. And you can, because you write the story of your life. No one else does. So there are plenty of people here that can support. I know everyone has a different journey. And let's share what your journey's been, how you got unstuck, because you wouldn't be here if you were still stuck. I'll tell you that much. No way. So well done, well done. Love these sessions. God, it's getting better by the day. Thank you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right, you know it. Thank you for your expertise. Love it. Shining the light up here on this stage. We keep it going. We're moving into our next panel discussion, policy change. Markets shift and businesses need to adapt. Policy proofing your business? Strategies for thriving, regardless of economic uncertainties. That's the way we're going to discuss next. And so keep involved as we continue to focus on organizations who can build frameworks that endure regulatory shifts while seizing new opportunities. Learn how to stay agile, compliant, and competitive in this ever-changing landscape. So if the world is not complex enough, it keeps on moving. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator and our esteemed panelists who are here to share their valuable insight and knowledge on the topic. Please put your hands together for our panelists. This time around is Dr. Mustafa Radi, who is the CEO of FinAngel Enterprises. We have Simone Dungu, the president of the Dungu Initiative. We also have Matt Larson, the founder of, and talk about her. She's an aviation leader, aviation consultant, and a female pilot. Woo! Here we go, Matt. Thank you very much. Yeah, bring it up. We got our panelists. All right, Matt, you're the moderator today.
Could think about it.
I love it. I love it to have your energy up here. Everyone has a microphone?
Everyone has a microphone.
Hey there. Yes.
Oh yeah. Take it away.
How are you doing, guys? I think we have to stand up, everybody. I mean, we have been sitting now for half an hour. Come on. Some music and some energy in the room. Come on, panel.
All right, let's move it.
Some music. I just, you stretch a little bit, and now we're getting into this mood on this panel. Oh yeah, Rachel, you're dancing.
I'll move it. I'll
this
dance.
This is fantastic.
We are good.
Here we go.
We got to dance as well.
Thank you very, very much for the music.
Thank you. All right. Woo! We got a little movement. Got to stay alive.
We need some energy in the room. I just felt that. How are you feeling? Shorty.
I just lost 2 calories.
2 calories. That's not bad. So, I'm not starting with myself. We always have to start with the ladies in the panel.
Thank you.
Who are you?
I'm feeling excited and positive.
You're feeling excited, but who are you?
So, Captain Poonam from India. I'm an aviation expert and also an artificial intelligence expert person.
That's fantastic. Did I hear an applause for Poonam, our pilot? Yeah? Fantastic. I also have to ask you, sunrise. We were discussing that. That was a fantastic thing you told me about India.
Yeah.
Tell the audience. It was so fantastic what we told about. We met before just to prepare this panel.
Yeah, so we were having a discussion on, and he was telling me about his schedule, he likes to get up early in the morning. And I just mentioned to him that, as we grow up in India, it's a very, very saying in our country that if you can beat the sun, you can beat anybody. So my mom always used to tell me that you have to get up before sun rises, and he's been doing this. So I'm sure he's being very productive.
So leaving it over to you, we were talking about fun, but please present yourself.
Simone Dungu, president of the Dungu Initiative. We help people improve the quality of their life through proper technology integration, business consulting, and digital strategy.
And you like to have fun?
From Italy.
From Sardinia.
From Sardinia.
Have you been to Sardinia?
Nobody has ever been in Sardinia. Okay,
should go
you are
to
disqualified. Right there, good, good.
Yeah, and we met yesterday actually, and we said we're going to have some fun, and I hope you will join us. It's not a very funny theme, but we will try our best. Mustafa, who are you?
Yes, I'm a founder and a CEO of Financial Enterprises. We're a software house in the banking sector, yeah. And yes, we have to manage a lot of crises, often not our crisis. Yeah. So the banking sector has several crises, and I think we can then dive into these details, having a delighted look what can be happen out of things like that.
That's right. And I also found very interesting, because I wanted to find some keywords. Fun, sunrise, and then you were mentioning a new title, CVO.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, this is what we are talking about. So I have the reputation to live in the future. Yeah. So because I work with banks together, and I have a focus in the future, I have a vision, and I really drive this vision for a long term now. Yeah. And banks are not typically known as inventors, yeah, or they are not proven to be ahead of the curve or whatever. Yeah? So the idea was born in a way that we have executive, we have whatever, yeah? And but there is no place for visions, yeah? In a standard configuration of companies. Yeah? And therefore we created the position, there is a visionary officer. Yeah? And the visionary officer has to delight the team, yeah, to focus that vision, yeah, so that you really can reach whatever is necessary to reach. And this is what we are working on and working at. Yeah, so that from my CEO position, so I'm Chief Executive Officer, move towards Chief Visionary Officer, yeah, to make the company run, yeah, to deal with the vision that we are aiming at.
Cool. Isn't that quite interesting? All right, short introduction of myself. I'm Mats Larsson. I come from Sweden, working out of Sweden, Norway, Spain, around the globe, doing different things. I call myself a mission maker. So actually when we're taking your vision into a mission, that's when the execution is going on. I like the CIO, Chief Inspirational Officer. That's another title. Shall we dig into the theme?
I think it is time, yes.
And listen, this is, as you see behind us, it's like a discussion. This is not a Q&A, this is not a conversation, this is a discussion. Let's bring some heat into this discussion. I mean, policy, proving your business. And as I can read it, with 40% of businesses failing to adapt the sudden policy changes. Okay, hands up. Did you fail when there was a big policy change? Hands up. How many failed?
Anybody in the audience?
There are only one in the audience, and myself. I failed enormously. Did we have?
Perfect.
Sorry?
Nobody made a mistake, apparently.
Nobody makes a mistake. So, but now we're gonna discuss this matter on how should we act in order to avoid. Is that the right understanding of this panel?
Yes.
Yes. So let's talk about it. How do we avoid this? And in this, just asking questions.
And this happens permanently. Yeah. The only thing that if you have built up a company that discards questions like yes or no, you may fail. Yeah? Because do I fit to the business? You can answer with yes. Do I not fit the business? You can just answer no, and that's it. Yeah? If the business changes, you maybe move from yes to no. Yeah? And this is then a real problem for your company. Therefore, you have to be agile. Yeah? You have to move with the targets. Yeah? And the mission is just the direction where you drive to. Yeah? You don't know how you reach that point at the very end, what you have in your vision, what you have in your mind. Yeah? But definitely you have to move however the...
Yeah, so I will continue with Mustafa where he left. He said very beautiful thing by navigating the weather. As pilot, coming from a pilot background, we're always good with navigating bad weather and especially avoiding the turbulence. So there are a couple of key factors as a business leader I would want to say when it comes to policy proofing. And one and the most important thing I personally feel is diversification. You should not just you should just diversify your business, into multiple models. For example, as an airline, you should not just simply be focusing on commercial aviation. You should also be spending on cargo and stuff like that. Second and the fourth important thing I feel is that spending in the research and development. A lot of leaders I know and I have worked with, they don't like to spend money on R&D. Spending on cutting edge technologies is the key to success, I feel. And the third and the most important thing is the scenario planning and risk management. We already are in the world where using predictive analytics. We're into the world where actually you're doing the revenue as per your pricing, The revenue models are there in place in the airline industry, And we know that, all the prices, even for normal ticket prices is being placed considering the economic crisis as well as the weather, as well as the festivals in place. So I think these are three key factors which every leader can actually apply in their own company or as well as in their product.
Simone, comments on that?
I think the best option, especially to give something tangible to the audience that they can use in their daily activity, in their business.
That's the meaning of our conversation or discussion.
Yeah, is probably to focus on the basics. I will not do the usual lecture on strategy because that would require around 6 hours. Nobody wants to hear me talk for 6 hours.
I'm not sure about that.
The short version is just focusing on the basics. So first you pinpoint your objective. If you have no goal to achieve, there is no point in having a strategy. Second, I would say you gather data, as much data as you can gather. Third, you think about the strategy. Fourth, you focus on tactics, not before having written a plan. It is good to have a plan, and it is not the same thing as the strategy, because if you only have the strategy, that's only in your mind. But you need to communicate this strategy to your C-level colleagues, to partners, to employees if necessary, and so on and so forth. But if you have nothing to share, it's clearly impossible. Then you focus on execution, which is where 75% of companies fail. They actually go out of business because they fail in execution. And finally, the most important, pay attention. If the scenery changes, you start from scratch again.
Yeah, but because now, I'm sure that everybody of you in the room sort of have a plan. But now everything's changed. Suddenly, we've been through it, all of us. For me, it was a very big change when COVID came because I was organizing bigger events, conventions, congresses. We could not work. It was prohibited in our countries and in most of the world. So, but what happened when these changes, and when the weather changes, when you're piloting an airplane, when financial things are sort of changing, what do we do? What can we do? What is important to do at that moment? What's urgent to do? Is there a difference in between urgent and important?
There is, of course, a difference between urgent and important, I would like to explain this with an example, when, let's say if you're flying an aircraft and you have an engine failure or engine is on fire, it's urgent for you to land. We call it land ASAP, land as soon as possible. But it's equally important for you to fly the aircraft. So depending upon what strategy are you using, as been rightly mentioned by my friend over here, is that collect data. But how are you anticipating that data and how are you investing that data in your system is equally important. You need to continuously learn those simulations, to actually be very, very predictive when for the next policy change. For example, there are these tools called natural language programming, which we actually use for even anticipating the economies of different country, and where clearly the law is defined in that tool, because law is very clear. So it can be used. There are so many tools similar to that which can be used to actually be implemented in your organization.
And I mean, we've been talking about AI all the time. Well, not all the time, but there's been a lot of AI. Can we use AI to predict these changes?
A very simple topic.
Simple?
Absolutely. They have been talking the whole day about AI in the past
But do we believe in this?
Yes, absolutely. I am an evangelist of AI. I am not scared about AI. I am scared about the wrong use of AI. Then yes.
But can AI predict the weather change when you're up in the air?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
It can predict. But what we need to focus right now is more about the cybersecurity and the ethics of using AI. AI is already doing the job. But what we need to, as a business leader, what's more important is using with the right people and the right organization, as well as with transparency.
So, policy proving. Mustafa.
If you integrate AI into your systems or whatever, you need to create an environment where we have trustable functionality. Meaning, we know that AIs sometimes create fantasies or things like that. So that won't help you in the business. So you have definitely to decide how are you going to use AI in your system and how you are going to configure it. Because AI is just a tool that can be used in the systems, and will definitely help you then in the crisis. And the fact where we are aiming at with AI, with AI is that we are going to integrate it to. Everybody from us know the so-called brain drain that happens in a company. This is typically a change in your company you don't like. You have a knowledged persons, and for any reason, this knowledge person cannot continue. So how are you going to keep this deep information, the detailed information in your company? How can you handle with this effect so that you can keep the quality and everything that is necessary that drives your business? And I think, for instance, we try to focus on that using AI to have a tool helping us keeping the knowledge in the company. And there is a lot of possibilities that you can have a look at. So in every weakness that you have, and everybody knows the weakness of his own company, then you have to challenge these weaknesses, and then you can even handle it.
I have something to say about that, because policies make you think about rules, and rules make you think about laws. I am a member of the scientific research team for the University of Cagliari that is exploring the topic of AI and its influence on laws. And the issue here, and I think all the countries in the world will be affected by this, is that politicians don't know pretty much anything about AI. They have no idea what's coming. And on the other side, we have lawmakers, so those who write the laws, who technically should be at the forefront of this battle, that know even if we are trying to explain to them what is the optimal path that will lead them to a better lawmaking subsystem, they say it's impossible. We cannot change the law. The law is pretty much written in stone, and you have to deal with that. So this is a challenge even for us because every one of us is under the same law.
Yeah. We should not get stuck into AI, but I could not dare ask chat what they or he or him or I don't know what kind of answer did I get? Thriving during economic uncertainties requires a combination of adaptability, foresight, and strategic actions. Here are some strategies to consider. Do we trust this?
Up to now, theory.
Not 100%.
Now you
Nobody
do?
trusts
Not 100%.
AI.
There are no trust in the room. Everybody is so tired.
But they are right in not trusting AI because what the AI says depends on how it has been trained.
Yeah. So, I mean, you had a take on that. Please.
So I would say that I don't trust this saying 100% because as he rightly mentioned that how it is being trained, what data has been given to that ChatGPT, how many people are actually putting the data inside that. So it's based on that, but then how well you can take out that data also depends on you. Which data to be used when, that's when the AI experts comes in the picture, you know.
But
and when it comes about law, which is very clearly defined. So when you have to mitigate the laws of any country, let's say, and you have to do business, so it's clearly defined, which can very well easily be predicted by AI. That's been taught by my college back home, where I learned AI. It's a very basic thing. If you give them the data, the correct data, the law which is clearly defined, it will predict the result for you.
It seems like data is important. I like your take on that, Simone or Simon?
Whatever you prefer, as long as you remember the face.
I remember the face in Sardinia. Oh, you should go to Sardinia. Anyway, going into the definition that we have heard, we have been discussing about vision. It's important to have this mission. But if we leave the AI and just bring it all back to ourselves, what should you do if there were a huge change now in order to policy-proof your business? What should you do to policy-proof your business? It's happening right now.
I mean, we are working in the banking sector, so we are anyhow enforced by law, to have this in mind. So we have business continuity models and we have risk models, which we have to prove not yearly, not day by day, but at least once a year, where we then check the market, check the situation, check what is happening, and we usually try to predict if we are stable in any crisis. So what happens if you have a breakdown in your company? We are working with computers, networks, and everything. What there's a fire? What is happening in all these cases? And we have then to find solutions, and this is already pre-prepared. So if this happened, we have a fallout computer center. We have this and this and this stuff available. So this is a standard. This is also given by law, and this is somehow also advantage if we come back to politics and things like that. Because usually, as a startup or as a company, you're not thinking about things like that. Because that is usually out of scope. And as an engineer, you are extremely creative, and you are permanently thinking about how you can implement this and that, and you can find solutions on whatever. You do not think about, okay, my office is burned. Who had things like that?
So that can happen, but now we are actually talking about economic uncertainties. I'm sure that a lot of you remember there was something happening in the financial sector in 2007. Something happened there that actually hit my business very hard. Because suddenly there were no corporation, organization, nobody wanted to make any kind of expense except the necessary. And events, conventions, congresses, whatever was cancelled. I had 10 employees. I had to quit. I had to get rid of them all. And what happened was that I was staying there on my own. There were no business the next year after the Lehman Brothers crash. Did you experience that?
Worse than the 2020.
Yeah. Another thing happened. So, but what do we do? I mean, how are you thinking in your...
If you're a startup company, your focus has to be different. If you are a company which is at least 10 years into service, it has to be a different strategy which needs to be implemented, you know. So as I have said in the past also, that we really need to have a hybrid model in a company where we have the 50-50, you know, a diversification in your business. Let's say if you have an economic crisis in some part of the world, but it could be an opportunity for you in some other part of the world. So you really need to encash that.
Sure. Comments on that?
Okay, again, the basics. So, yes, it looks like something trivial, but if you stick to the basics, you don't need to calculate when something goes wrong. And I think the best time to act was 20 years ago. So if you get caught off guard, it means you didn't have a good strategy or it wasn't executed properly. That said, if something is happening right now, let's say a client calls me and say, things are going wrong, what can I do? I need to gather as much data as possible. I want to profile psychologically all the team, managers, employees, possibly, if possible, clients as well. See what is KPI situation, and then, as Poonam said early, diversification, if there is any. So if they don't have a so-called parachute, that will be extremely bad. But
getting back to that, this is a discussion. I mean if you don't agree, let me know. We can have a discussion around this.
Especially the crisis 2009, changed even the mind within banks, because.
Was it 2009? Maybe I was wrong there. 2009.
The bank, the crisis, this bank crisis changed the mind over there because the strategy. How to invest, because at that time nobody believed that the whole world would crash. So there is an interdependency between all the markets, which have not been in any mathematical models at that time.
No.
So what changed is that starting from that time on, you are not advised in one specific area. Diversification is the new word. And we as a software, we especially in the financial market, we are dealing this diversification. So we suggest models, where we then have a look, are you really distributed over the world? Have you any cluster risks in your portfolios? We are watching if there is any things that you have to change in your portfolio, not to depend or to be completely shut out of any crisis that may happen. But nevertheless, there is no guarantee
no, there are no
that
guarantees.
this distribution is enough. But it helps a lot because what we really see that you can, in case of good distribution and good portfolio management, in that case, you can really have a stable version up and running. So you don't have these exorbitant performances, but you even have no losses, and this is what is very important, especially if you run business or things like that.
Yeah. I mean, we had one quite important thing that happened in New York a couple of years ago in aviation, that you were quite hit in the aviation business. And we are not going into that
I was
accident.
about to ask you, what about agility?
Agility? What about that? Are we agile? Are we there?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
In the aviation?
Yes, always.
Always. And in your businesses?
It depends on the size. The bigger the corporation, the company, the organization, the slower to react to change. The smaller it is, much easier. But there is a problem. Humans tend to be different, and there are certain psychological profiles that favor change and some that oppose change. And so what happens when you have a small company that technically should be agile, but you have a leader that is averse to change?
Now, what will happen then? Anybody in the room that has a comment?
It's easy to predict.
It's easy to predict.
What happens? It fails.
It fails.
And goes out of business.
Yeah, and now we're discussing how and in which way we can avoid this.
By hiring the right people and place them in the right position.
And now, as I'm very involved in how we can do that and improve, I think I told you about the inner development. I think it's so important to create inner strength in anything, in ourselves, and in all the people that we are working together with, partners, anything.
I think this is a very important part, because we have a specific way how we are going to hire people. Yeah? So it's not just we not just looking at what knowledge they have. Yeah? This is knowledge for sure is important for the future and to fulfill the task. But it's most important: does the person fit to your team, and does the person fit to your visions? Yeah? Because does it also feels from a moral point of view and things like that? Because otherwise you have a lot of conflicts in your company. Yeah? So in the past, we did not have a look at that at all. Yeah? So we just hire because you are good, you have good knowledge and everything. Yeah? But we had internal conflicts. Yeah? The people, they could not work together. Yeah? Because they have complete different sides.
So what we're actually saying that we're all coming back to people. People. And now we're coming back to time. Yes. I just want to finish. I just want to ask the panel. What is the most important right now? Start with the ladies. What's the most important for you right now? In your business, personal, anything.
Vision with purpose, aligned to my personal vision. Alignment.
Think about it yourself.
Human relationships.
Mustafa?
Yeah, I was two targets. So if I have to decide what is most important, I always choose family. Yeah? So this is the most important thing, and I cannot go in any direction if I fail with family. Yeah? The second part is, we want to be successful. Yeah? Yeah. And this is, we can be successful in combination with humans, family, and that's most important for me.
Rachel, what is the most important for you right now?
Me? That we keep to time. We're doing really good.
Listen, do you know what's most important for me right now? And I just catch that. When a guy working in the financial sector, and I ask him, what's the most important right now? I'm so happy. I'm really, I would like to give a grand hand of applause, because we are still in that old system, in the bank system. The only graph that we are measuring success is by one graph, and that's money. And I think that's the biggest mistake we ever have at 2024. And when you say family, I really feel so good. I hope you feel the same. If there are any questions, we take them afterwards. I think we're going to give a big hand to this fantastic panel.
Absolutely. Round of applause. Great conversation.
Are you happy?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you happy, Plum?
Of course.
Everybody's happy.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Stay there. We got to get a picture with you, Mats. One sitting, one standing. There's no doubt everyone wants to be happy, but the question is, how do we be happy? There's a couple different views on this. I personally think being surrounded by people you enjoy that share your same values and building relationships or moments of memories is how happiness is created. There is absolutely no way we could be happy at all times of the day. But if you can find happiness in each day we're alive, then you have achieved more so than most. So a great, great, great things to think about. Really, I hope you're enjoying how much they are really challenging us to think differently. And I love the fact that this dynamic between humanity, human connections, and technology seem to play this yin and yang. Which one do we go? The more we're digitalized, the more we can actually separate ourselves. Yet how do we really stay connected when that's what we yearn as humans and that's what we desire? So connect. Nice to see you. Thanks so much for sharing your expertise up here. Awesome. Thank you so much for moderating a great session. A discussion, excuse me, not a session, a discussion. Right? Oh yeah, it was a discussion. They were discussing, all right. Some good stuff. Moving on, diversity. It's in leadership isn't just a goal. It's a necessity for innovation and progress. And now we're going to dive deep into another panel discussion. This time it's about the shaping the future with diversity and inclusion. Now there's no doubt there's lots of ways that we alienate different segments, whether it be discrimination, whether it be cultural differences, whether it be anything on the planet that we tend to, separate from, whether it be age discrimination, there's tons of it. But when it comes to women, there's no doubt we've come a long way, ladies. So our next session's called Empowering Women in Executive Leadership, Shaping the Future of Corporate Governance. And we're going to explore how women leaders are reshaping boardrooms, driving change, and mentoring the next generation. Now, I want to say from my personal journey, I mentioned my name is Rachel Muleman. It's a long one, but if you are looking for me, I'd love to connect with you on LinkedIn. And I say that because one of my missions on the planet, since we're talking about missions, is I have a team of women called the Biz Angels, where I elevate them to dominate in male-dominated industries because we need to have our place. So I am passionate about making it happen, showing women the way to do it, especially in the business world. And I can't wait to have this panel come up and join me on this mission. So let's hear it. We got Fatima Ibrahim. She's coming up. She's the executive coach at With Fatima Ibrahim, and she is going to be the moderator for the next session. Let's invite Dr. Reina Leons, owner and CEO and author, Reb X3 Consulting. Anu Pramod, Managing Director of People Pro Training Institute. Neha Shavri, the ICF Accredited Leadership and Agile Coach from Agile Dreams. And Garima Gold, the VP of Program Delivery, Nurima Consulting, Inc., for a phenomenal feminine conversation to see what we're doing on executive leadership. And it's so nice to see you ladies up here. Take a seat, my beautiful goddesses. Here we go, women. I love this part of the day because it's about gender equality, which won the top. Please test your mic. Make sure we're all vertical, ready to go.
Hello. Hello.
Fatima, take it away. This is your panel. Can't wait to hear you guys. Enjoy.
All right. Good evening, everyone. How has it been so far? I know it was a long day for me too. So, first of all, I want to thank each and every lady who's sitting here with me because she made it up to here. Each and every one, when I got to know them, there was a story. And there was a story of growth. There was a story of struggle. There was a story of defining who she is today, right? For me, I want to say that I was fired 3 times as a C-level, and I'm proud of it. Because it made me who I am, navigating through all this politics and the male-dominant industries that they had. It made me who I am when I did not know how to deal with a toxic environment. It made me who I am today when I was navigating through all these egos. So yes, I did get fired 3 times, and I'm proud of it. So having said that, please, I want all these beautiful, powerful, dominant ladies to introduce themselves and tell me, how did you add value?
Well, hello, everybody. Hello again. I know we are tired and probably hungry. If you're like me, my time zone, I'm all messed up. But again, my name is Dr. Rena Lyons, and I am the owner of RABX3 Consulting. My degree is in business psychology, but I specialize in emotional intelligence. Really quick, how emotional intelligence, to answer your question, brought value into me. As a mother of 2 girls in a male-dominated world, twice divorced, I had to regroup and find out who I was. And once I figured out who I was, I found that I was not only able to be a better mother, but a better leader to others. So I look forward to having this discussion panel with you guys. I'm going to pass the mic.
Thank you. Is it on? Can you hear me? Yes? No? Thank you. So I'm Neha Chavre. I am an ICF leadership coach as well as an agile coach. And I specialize in leadership and organizational development topics, where I work with leaders and their teams on their personal and professional goals. Now, you asked Fatima, how do I add value? I would say I'm an enabler, and I have different hats. So sometimes I will be a mirror showing what is wrong with you right now, or I will be taking a step back and giving you the space, the teams and the leaders, the space to work on themselves. So depending upon the situation, the topic, I would act in certain ways. So that's me, and I will pass on to Anu.
Thank you. My name is Anu Pramod. I run People Pro Training Institute, which is a leadership institute. I'm a John Maxwell certified trainer. My passion is to work with students to teach leadership, life skills, social emotional learning to students. And that's what People Pro has been doing for the past 24 years. I also have a side mission of employing women, mostly in our organization, to give them a step up into their careers, especially if you've taken a sabbatical or a break. How do I add value? Well, in People Pro, we have this great mission of helping people realize, understand their purpose and realize their potential. So I add value by casting vision and hoping that the team catches that vision, because unless they catch the vision, they will not run along with me alongside. So that's what I do. Thank you, and over to you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So I'm Garima Goyal. I am a woman leader, IT expert, a management consultant by profession. My company, Norima Consulting, headquartered in Canada, and we work together to provide business and technology solutions to our clients. Following the cadence on how I bring value, I make sure to support women around me. Because if I don't, then they may lag in coming up and completing their journey. So I make sure to support women who are working with me, who are working in my teams, who I see probably on a road. So that's how I try to bring value to the society. Thank you. Over to you, Fatima.
Well. So if I have learned anything with working with women, who are sometimes, most of the times, they don't support each other. But the more we grow, the more I saw that women supporting women shine more. And we don't know each other. We just got to know each other like a few days ago, but the amount of support they've shown, we showed each other and they have shown me in just these few days was I don't know what to say. I mean, I have no words.
The beginning of year-long friendship.
Right, and the next conference. Yes. So, Dr. Rena, how did the emotional intelligence impacted your leadership style and your decision-making process?
So, as many individuals in the room, my background is also in human resources and employee relations. So I look at risk and I look at liability. For the longest, when I would speak with employees, I'd say, if I had a magic wand, I make you do the right thing. And then one day I had to realize and wake up and say, we're all different for a reason. And so I had to become self-aware that as humans, as individuals, everybody has different personalities, everybody has different characteristics, and I had to learn to adapt to that person because I can't change you. You can change you, but I can't change you and mold you, or either I'd be bored and out of a job at that time. So I feel like when I really got in tune with my emotional intelligence, and for those in the room who really don't know what emotional intelligence is, I always tell people your IQ is less than your, I'm going to say it like we say it in the US, and then I'll say it like I've learned it from these ladies. Your EQ trumps your IQ. Here I would say your EI trumps your IQ. But what that means is you could be the smartest person in the world, but if you don't have high emotional intelligence, you're not going to move up that corporate ladder, and you're not going to build on those personal and relationship skills that you do. So when I learned that, it made me a better leader because I became more self-aware and I managed who I was, which helped with those other two social pillars of social management and relationship management with others. So thank you. I love EQ questions.
Thank you. Would the ladies want to comment on that? No? Okay. Neha, given your experience with coaching leadership or leadership members, what are some specific challenges women face in ascending to executive roles?
Well, there are many barriers and challenges that women face. I will tell 3 today. So the most common one is the unconscious bias, as well as the cultural bias that is there in the organizations. And it's also personally attached to my story, my journey. So 10, 12 years ago, when I was back in India, still in an IT industry, working as a software engineer, I was a high achiever, but I was never been offered an on-site role. And a couple of years, I never asked. And then one day I asked my boss, so why I am not in the list? And he said, but I thought you will not go because you are a married woman, you are a mom, your kid is just 2 years old, so we just assumed that you are not interested. But I said, no, you should ask me, please do not assume. So this is how the unconscious bias work, because I am from India and I am a mom, that I will not go outside of the country, because this wasn't being alone, going there alone. This was one. Another significant challenge is the lack of visible role models in executive roles. And this limits a lot of women who are aspirationals or who want to be in an executive role in the future, but they don't know whom to ask to, whom to follow. So this is another thing. And the last one I want to share is a lot of organizations have this culture that may overshadow, they don't feel the collaborative leadership styles are good enough. They may feel that the assertive approaches are more better than the collaborative leadership style, which many of the women bring to the table. So yeah, this is what I would share today.
Does anyone want to share?
I want to jump in real quick.
Sure.
When you talked about the unconscious biasness and being a mom and the expectations, it's not just in India. By the way, we are a diverse group up here, but it's amazing how diverse different countries we're in, and I've been saying this all weekend, we all suffer the same thing. So even in the United States, as a woman, I will be overlooked because I'm a mother of 2, and God forbid, I was a single mother of 2. They would just judge, and I'd say, no, I can keep right up there. So I just want to, I did want to share that. It's not just one-off to one country. That is a universal problem that women face.
True. Yep.
think that's something that we found out when we were discussing with each other, and that's something that was an eye-opener for many of us. I don't know how many of you relate to what we are saying here. We see that there are a lot of men here, but I don't know if you really understand what we are going through. Yeah, it's similar across the world.
Yeah. So, Anu, question to you here. So, how do you encourage women to take up leadership positions, and how do you equip them?
Yes, so because of the background that I come from, where I really had to struggle to where I am right now, and I still struggle, because as we have mentioned in the beginning, it is a male-dominated world, and women are supposed to look after the home as well as manage her career. And when you say look after the home, it's everything in the home. And that's not easy for women. And so I love to bring in more women into organizations and equip them into becoming leaders. And if you look at the statistics of Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 companies, the number of women in CEO positions are less than 10%. It's less than 10%. What are we talking of here? We're talking of equality and inclusion, and there's a lot of these buzzwords that go around in all the corporate circles and schools everywhere. But you look at the statistics, we are nowhere there. We're not there. We're all living examples of all that, and we in our own little ways are trying to bring in more and more women who have the same ambitions as men do. We are educated as men are. We have the same ambitions, but somewhere along the way we are expected to even look after the families, and so we are paid less. We've got lesser positions in organizations, and so it has always been my endeavor to, first of all, create a culture within my organization which is more inclusive, where women are given flexible, men and women. I don't even want to talk just about women. Even men, if you need flexible hours, you look at flexible hours, remote working, and equip them through mentorship. Have people mentor them. Maybe they're not up there. They need to be equipped. They need to get the skills and the training that is required. So give them the resources that they need to flourish, and watch them flourish. They'll do the same work as any man can. It's just that, they've been set aside for so long in so many cultures. But we are here now trying our best to bring in more and more women, equip them, and give them some kind of an equity in this world. And so that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Anu. I think I have, or not me, everyone here, all the ladies here, I think felt somewhere, somehow what you've felt and what you've mentioned in terms of struggle that we go through. Your thoughts, ladies?
So I value mentorship a lot, and I also follow by giving it, but as well as getting mentorship from others. And here I would like to encourage the organizations actually to create mentorship programs for their people. And it's very easy steps. You don't have to know rocket science for doing that, but starting at the high level, because we have a lot of executives here, also HR professionals. I would really encourage them, start at the org level, and also try to have diverse intentional pairing, so that people from different cultures, different roles can get together, and the mentors can guide the mentees in order to go to their respective journeys. And also having regular check-ins, creating a small cycle, so not doing extravaganza or anything, but just having 3-month cycle, try to do this mentorship program, and then see how it is going for your people. So try to measure that. And this is a small step we can take for our people in the organization to feel supported in mentorship. So this is what I would share.
Amazing. Well, it's getting interesting. So, Garima.
I would just like to add to what Neha mentioned. When I started my journey 15, 18 years back, my first mentor was a male leader. So we see women coming up now as leaders and being mentors. But when I started off, men were leaders. And I think most of us have been blessed to have good male leaders. So no offense to any one of the men sitting here. It's a woman-packed session. Just we are talking about our struggles, sharing our journeys. Of course, as women, we need each other's support, but it's an ecosystem. We need men's support equally, back in the homes, also at our corporate world to be successful. I think that's what I would like to add.
And I have one more point, because I was thinking about mentorship, but sponsorship will give you advocacy, and it will help you to get there, to get ahead of where you would like to be. So that's the hardest part.
Find a sponsor.
Yeah,
yes?
find a sponsor.
Garima, how does it increased representation of women in real leadership roles influence corporate governance and decision making?
Okay, so I will start with a case study that I read a few months back. This is for CXO. CXO has almost equal gender presence in its executive board, in its leadership. Classic example of how having a balanced presence of both male and women leaders in the panel can help drive growth, success, and better ethical governance policies. I personally feel we as women coming through, especially three of us in the panel are from India. Our history, our culture is totally different. We have faced hardships. Our struggles are different. But to add what Dr. Reena said, that struggles are same for women all over the world. I think we come with a lot of empathy factor. So it's easy for us probably to connect with employees, with our stakeholders, drive trust and loyalty, which is critical and also helps drive better corporate governance and corporate policies. That presence of women leaders in the organization can bring, which can help in better retention of clients, also employee engagement. So I think that overall is a mix of how we can drive it further, Fatima.
Amazing. So Dr. Reena, back to you again. So you're an emotional intelligence pioneer.
I like to say queen of EQ.
Okay. Can you give us some examples, like hands-on examples on how did it help you to navigate the complex challenges in corporate governance?
It taught me to be proactive and not reactive. And what I mean by that is also what my father would say, I play chess, not checkers. But looking ahead and looking forward and trying to advance and see what obstacles may be in the way versus not thinking ahead, getting to those obstacles and just like blowing up inside or having an emotional breakdown or self-doubt. That's something I've heard all day. I think you spoke about that earlier too, values and having that self-doubt and really digging in there. But having that emotional intelligence piece and being proactive just really opened me up to a whole lot of things because, again, as I stated, I can control me. And once I could control me, I was able to control any obstacle that was thrown over. Like earlier, they were talking about policies and procedure changes. Like it used to be when I worked for corporate, policy changes would freak me out. Like, oh my God. During COVID, and we spoke about this, I think the policies in the HR world and it changed like every 15 minutes to me. Forget it. Anybody who's in here from California, you guys were the worst. But changes like that, like going into stressful moments. I'm going to get personal here. I actually had an employee who threw out that she wanted to commit suicide. And yes, we hear, I hate to say that, we hear that a lot in the HR world. We have provisions in place for that, and we, quickly go to EAP. But at this time, I had to remember I wasn't just an HR person. I'm a psychologist, like my background, everything that I had studied in school was there with me. And this individual was actually having a moment where she stood on the roof of the hotel, and something in me said, well, I was being dismissive. I was being dismissive because I had other things to do. So my emotions, I was just like, whatever. Something told me go on FaceTime. And this lady was actually on the roof of the building on FaceTime. And I remember saying, oh God, I'm gonna need a therapist if she goes down. But immediately being empathetic and understanding and not being reactive in that moment literally saved her life, because I was calm, so she was calm, so we were able to go back down. She said something about babies. I thought they were children in a hotel room with her. They were actually her dogs. But I was like, hey, the multi-poos saved her. But we actually went down, and while doing that, because I was calm, I was able to keep my team calm through this situation, because I had one person on the phone with EAP to get someone there. I had someone pacing in front of my door. It was just all hands on deck, being that servant leader. I tell people emotional intelligence is more than just taking an assessment.